Radio 94.7 Asempa FM. Oh yeah, don't papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. All talk, all day.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM. This is CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen aso nyina tie sa platform media se unya na betna subia na fa bebroni be say it's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform shasi ache enemo anso na shasi. And we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what OB has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So, yeah. So like tonight, we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that down never to accommodate so. When you say Ghana da wakuma so. Sounds when da makuma so. Yeah. Nti ehwe na o man impeja.
Chairman, Kojo Boateng akwaba na pom to saying.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na obo ade ada room. Obi so me hu wa check akra.
Papa.
And I'm person Mr. Count, but they are okay. The Minyani is Obi, the body, your entire he's a fine gentleman. Yeah. The Tradian Ponsi, so they are be do. They are chebush and phone, my wabro try tea war, but we shall feel good allow. They love you too much. You see,
it almost was.
I think you are doing a great job. Obi.
Yeah.
Say me pay bonina and so better to us with the way.
Amen.
Now, you must say no encouragement. Say there is a bright future ahead of you. Yeah. Keep it up. You ask intelligent questions. That be I catch you. Me say I told you now me tifie na fle bisa na fle nipa na answers na. E wo mu anodi abe wo me say you arrest my case. Into why are there?
Say ya ka say mommy, abai papa o wan ko you me did that day. So this will say or any papa ya bona ba so am ni promotion say onu na say o head this year dia. Eno na ye nyina ya ba betna ha ye ken.
But it is here Mr. Anyi do ho he or he for potty.
Owo ha owo mo owo another room next to the area here. Omo beside e train na no asem.
But on any lawyer na wo ho anaso onu nko a.
But I don't remember my cabbage, my friend.
When you die for women on the
Abani say yami. Yane ni bedin komo. Yane ni bedin komo. Lawyer John, lawyer kwa baby.
Obi, mi joso. Yada wasinso ni adwuma pa o ye. Ghana de eba amanyo sema ne enkomo aye difa o man hu a. Obi anim say obi ni Asempa Ekosiisen any number 1. Enti mo ni adwuma.
Yada say, yawi sha.
With a great respect, Obi Asempa mo ye bi. And you continue to do better. Especially by questions I would tell beside here. Hey, I think I'm yet to see Obi our contest too.
Kofi, they will turn against them. Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success some of them. Yeah, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. That's why you are winning the honors and to keep it up.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumiahui. Bibia Boko, me chete fupa. Na mabahan me who de Zamasasa. Wabrabo. Sande Obi and the minimum secretary takra this year. Oh, nationally, the level baby will do royal. So wow, that's great. It's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there happen. You know, as the trees grow, others come up. It's painful work. I also say that's it. On the number. Abraboy, the number man so it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me play Asempa FM.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Network mu ya Santwa ya Asempa FM. Network mu Asanteng ni Ekosiisen. Network mu ya Bonra Ekosiisen. Ena network ya yeka ho asem emu na yiri Ekosiisen. Ena network mu ochenyene Ekosiisen. Ena network mu gamanche Ekosiisen. Ena network mu awula efi ho Ekosiisen. Na network mu togbi Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Where I sit and how I look at it is unconstitutional.
Okay.
These terms of reference. Second one, vague. Very. And I'm saying that if that is what we are saying, then they should be thinking of Kaya years rather, people who are sleeping outside, people who are suffering, people who are why do you go and look at the executive? I'm coming there, you see, this thing that they are doing here, make a president. If I was a president, them document you will do it. You want to cry first person or doc, they won't imagine. Answer no about parliament. And because president ought to want only party there. You people questions be baba. President in the year no office or one other man.
But Obi, sorry.
The year office outside.
Also, secondly,
it should be the state.
Super.
Yes.
Kala logistics was the
everything the state.
Security.
State.
What to go on it to
state.
Again.
And really,
and you be born. The wives should even come out and say they don't want it. Because look, if you
should one allowance,
miss there or their wife no cry away demonstration.
They don't want what?
They won't bucket on there was one cocker article 71 holders won't you one car.
That's a one car them.
I'm saying that in Koma that is what we are discussing. Obinonya wake to and the topic here too. It's same people.
What do you want article 71 or only a different
Obina about basis na edit wonka. Yamahon benefit allowances information from Nana to that crime you don't end and I mean you can say if I didn't know yet why so them recommendations here and there will be a report to me but you except or there them no record. Why are we even discussing this matter?
Obi,
come on.
No, come on, Maninye.
And I'm saying that Obi, even the wife, Auntie Rebecca, Shamira Baomia, they should tomorrow say they don't even want it.
One pay formal salary, no?
Oh, yeah, you better born. Because you see, Minister, what you in the car, Article 71. Other people are wanting now what you uncle. One, what you foundations now acquire around no just can now throw to government institutions now. Then I want to just get hospital.
For a minister, no, you cannot do that.
Auntie, why are you
cannot engage?
Auntie, why are you doing all this and you still want to go and take?
Somebody like Franklin is suggesting there. If you would pay them, give them specific.
Why are we subjecting here first ladies and second ladies to this?
To which one?
My say. If it's not for greed.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
I mean, why? I asked you certain things.
But you also...
Yeah. Allowances were I wasn't work to one work how entourage and I don't married to ya. Ubi abakasa. At the wabe issue for discussion. No. We can once no. At the Ghana yibi ono I mean who how I ever can to them if we are sticking to moral issues here at the bees on the roof talking anyway against them no.
By him, the other thing why I am convinced that we should get the report and peruse same the status quo now no means there even for former presidents and I think Professor Boateng made that point say even former presidents retire on their salaries and even when you are not president no you are still paid. I don't know if there is a review of the president's salary if it would also affect former president Oja. But at least we know they retire on their salaries. Are you saying there, if the first lady, current, and the second lady, current, should reject Kenya, then all the previous first ladies and second ladies should also come out and reject the Wampa?
Fiti Guzia nomna big sis ya often family na wana we call Kurumana Lima nomna za waye no allowance you are the
man yes.
So what is the issue here?
Just say from President Rollins. I read a piece from former chief of staff Nana Tudaze, which comes to point to that fact. Sansu neba benefits be security be ayede mo cars ayede mo police protection ayede mo and all that and also eka ho a eye adwuma just say it's not out of place ade a ye nyina ya je tum na so we are quite about it and thought that morally and objectively it was right and they deserved it. But as to the point where now discourse e what table is you say ye we nyina necessary sika no ye infer say every consolidated fund e ko mo then why is it out of place to formalize it and say maybe na ABI you spending 1 cedi na 10 cedi na fees 10 cedi edoso na adwena ABI penyimfo asi sisi a omoto hot say adenti na yem formalize and define a figure say 1,000 cedis say 20,000 na nka yem fa mo say be ya ochina bi no obi enkotam 1 billion in the argument of administrative expenses. I feel say pa Emma Omaino. That is why the prof says take emotions out, discuss the matters as it is. Na ye say ho say ye do omuka ho na emo biana. But of course there is a barrier. Which barrier is the law? Because okay Article 71 na clause 1-2 na ye ka ho asem na. Indeed they are not mentioned at all. Unless you want to tell me otherwise.
No, they are not.
They are not mentioned.
You mean first lady and second lady?
Absolutely.
They are not.
They are not completely. They are not mentioned. Just say strict interpretation of the law. No, it's a straight jacket matter. I mean, it's a straightforward matter. I should say. Obiti baby, no so I say, may I'm seeking interpretation. I'm doing whatever. Where are too glaring? It's not ambiguous. But as to whether objectively and morally, no. Nsema ye ka say administrative expenses ye push more no which is in the form of benefit no AC and answer AC na AC say AC what is the recommendation embedded in this report which we are yet to get the wording and interpret it properly. Okay, I could understand the difficulty of the professor because we are serving on such committees pen now or swear oath of secrecy What you say? Until ultimately what goes into decisions. And I believe if you listen to him, or say they do a lot of work. They don't just sit down to say, Yenfa 1 city Maui, Yenfa 2 city Maui. Sometimes they even do comparative analysis in other states, according to what he just said. Yes. Just say a lot of work goes into this matter. And to say emotions and free move. Now say that political your friend is saying commentary now cheap. Because the president wants to pay his wife and then the vice president's wife. When in fact, when you go into the matter, it is not what it is. And we all run into town with some of this commentary because we want to gain some cheap political points. I think say any fair so me clearly, President of the Republic of Ghana has a mandate. Put together the committee. Reference of the committee can ubisa prof no or say there be member reference. Also onka. Because it is that is of Omo committee. And Omo, even if this one, of course, they also giving references. We are not privy to the references, even this one. What you say? Now, okase on country, all this we are saying, no, ya adwina ya chere. Na ya chere ya adwina, ya sanka hu say ya chere man. And now we are helping to build Mother Ghana. And in so doing, no, you can send bia, you go obi hofi, sebi, and you be krakwa, president. Yes, your mama penisi you go to any. With all respect, Obi send a text business here. Says as you can anke di 20 years no, and can fanko see husband enter best hospital. Not too long ago, the wife of the president of the Republic of Ghana, through her own connections, mobilized money and built a maternity home for a hospital in this country. And I'm a boy.
Obi, Kasara na meet you.
Obi, na se ya wahai. Ose yenkwati sesika. Ensa ma. Vice President President yes, 3 years. 2017. Says I report from 2017.
When we report,
young report on my yet 3 years. Now what's an o say na wo te no
main TV bi enta me pese me conjecture
nya dia wo dia won tie na ya TV no ana ye ka bi
ato now you are conjecturing
me say by nya no crazy 2017 almost start yet
why na kai
tana report no ya tana report ni kire
what will report ni
omo read the parliament for any and parliament aka kire ye tata de tie
and parliamentarians me ni omo di nkomo nyino ya so omo
nya no kire omo hunu omo say ye ba omo ba be sori no no ana omo de bill ne ba ye into omo kra no omo nya ta mo kra enudi ana ye nuan man PP for say because no money abria no mo speaker enti o mo speaker enti no o ma mo adwene ankoso and ye di be share ho anajubi and o mo pass ye
kokumi patcho 2 minutes now the one we say
enti the ye can say o man ya ye wo mu ye nyansu papa nom ahokire e wo mem we ne am no ka say petrol at ateka government ni atu fuel mo be 3 times titi fuel gallon Edru 18 cities 20 pesos. Fuel gallon every 14 cities don mama peso. Edru ya double no. Adey. Ye nua no mo nkware yi. Ena me be ko school. JSS 3. Okwa school 6 months.
JSS.
Yes. JSS 3. Obra what try.
6 months the same.
So omo be school January. Ano mo make last month and be 3 weeks. On be try exams December. Into mo ko mo me fi bi nkopem on be try exams. Term, yeah.
Or boarding house.
Sanity, dingina sanity. On the JSS one, to some corner semester. Among corner term.
When your SHS,
JSS for corner semester.
Or boarding house.
Yeah.
And your Saito.
Me say JSS for almost corner semester by semester. Primary one term. Show him, sir.
But university. Maybe I will ban 6 months. No, it was school. No, the same does not apply to Ubia.
Sana ninginati. Yes, it's Bia. What Ghana Bia? Sana ninginati. Buying school Bia. What Ghana had Bia?
That's who ban on buying school.
I can't just on buying school. Atimata business school. Buying school.
A honor.
Yeah. Atimata business school. Buying school. Oh yes, sister. Boarding. And now I'm in the coy. Obey exams December. Oko January no me ko fa no last 3 weeks and what akwa enura. Obey school December. Enti wo mo free PT terms in school fees na ka atu an term no. On dem patch no. O machim. Enti one term no machim no o mo de half no. Aka o mo de half aka we hu no mo de half aka we hu. Enti last term no you 2.5. And at this term so you 2.5 school fees. Tana koso. And I'm space in your
What matter basic?
There be many schools in Nasa no, they are no exceptional.
Okay.
Space in you want to me solely Achimota and Kwa and Kata or the way separate. Schools are Ghana and just a sanity. Space in you in case you're calling semester by semester. I'll call out 14 years and 15 years. It could this school 5 months, 6 months. San Wabefi. Who go university? Kwana could say university. Would you say with school San Wabefi?
The whole of 2020 no motive.
What say?
2020 no motive.
Minimum. Enti the echo enono. So the me patch on my ya ho kire yen enkofo de on be di adwuma kura ne ho enkofo nya bi ye. De enkofo be di kura na ho odin. Wo se wo de ye tua wo ka wi a wo yira wanya adwuma bi ha no. Ye se ntua ne ka. Abra in any case we first lady. Utimi fa for minister. Contract be bre omo ye. NGO o matete nyina omo ye first lady nti no matete NGO no. First lady, number 1, Ejiji Nkofo Gold Iska. One Fabian Commando said in NGO. Bag in a way, number 1. One Fabian Commando, First Lady. I'll tell you that's all. That's the kind of Ejiji Nkofo Iska. One Fabian Commando, First Lady. I was here NGO Iska. First Lady, to me, yes, I am away now. We your contract be brave. Go for this cabrew. Now, if you say no on your first lady, not chance a cash will see hospital, and I say, we'll see maternity broke. Your first lady lawyer, and come on, the man is kind of more the highest idea. Sikan and Sakai, which is an Indian out of the hospital. Now, or the Diacabrel.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
.7 Asempa FM Sony. All talk all day. Ekosiisen rana se asobie and ye beda wana wodi ye nimba ye ase enne eye benada the 13th day of July 2021. Ye beda Moshoso and afi ultimate sports team no Ase for holding the fort from 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Na Yada Sofu drew Ase and his team for bringing you a Tokro Kitwem on Asempa FM. When him say it drew a Benada, fire sitting him Emrel, Yadi Tokro Kitwem Nebrel. On the way, Adom 106.3, Echo Kofa, midday news, Adom. After midday news, you had the Fire for Fire, Ebrahim, Countryman Songo, and in the team, had the Fire for Fire, Ebrahim, and Rasso, said Young Sweetness, the Ekosiisen, Jumedi, Ebrahim, from now till 6:30 p.m. Yeah, we are at 7 p.m. Professor Ike Wallace betna say at the sports night at Tua Moso. Intimation in Somalia and stay with us here on Asempa FM. Media Sabon show. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you aboard Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, the multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show, the CIMG radio program of the year, the Ghana Journalist Association political program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa FM. Mamina production team na ase for the effort, for the commitment to make this show the number one in our country. Dominic Kisi Yeboah, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Intiamoa, Eric Opare, Bebe Friend DJ Yayo, and a Queen Star in Japan. Omai Hene Kwabena Santiago in the Chidom. And Afe Abuafwa Eboyen are sponsors for making this show possible. In here, Agbeve Herbal Center, Yara Ghana, and Edu Motors. So, the sound of our time, Ebremo. EcoBank Ghana, the Pan-African Bank, Awake Purified Drinking Water, also One for Life. Rockstars Roofing Systems, quality and affordability, and Aquataps Purification Tablet. I'm also buying the here same segment, no April. Yeah, interviews are here on this show, including our one-on-one interviews, and also HEPA Plus Mixer, Emma Apomodeyampa, Consolidated Bank of Ghana, or say we stand with you, and a Mutlu battery, quality forever. I'm also buying the interviews, no Ebremo, and some a discussion segment, and so Franco Trading Enterprise, Phone Papa Parfie, Castrol, or say it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering, TCL, the creative life, dependable herbal, producers of Adom Malakio, and a Global Lighting Center Limited in Kania Pafie. I'm also buying the discussion segment, no Ebremo, and for us, your affiliate radio stations across the length and breadth of the country, over a dozen of them, from Tamale to BBNE. Oko Amanonen so stations are hold for you media live. If you are watching us on YouTube, our channel on YouTube is Asempa 94.7 FM, and if you are Asempa Plus, Facebook and so Asempa 94.7 FM. On Twitter, follow us. Your handle on Twitter at Asempa 947_FM, at Asempa 947_ FM. On Instagram, Asempa 94.7 FM. Download our apps here on myjoyonline.com app and our domonline.com app. And so from App Store, from Google Play Store, from the Huawei app gallery. Or call myjoyonline.com and Kasanswenafe at domonline.com and so ubetimi etie in live ewo ho channel so my and then some go up no so there were a lot of interviews lined up for you and ewie ewo Ekosiisen dwumadie eso enti enrun and we've seen two very important statements, one from the office of the First Lady, the second one from the office of the Second Lady. Yene the Honorable Kojo Ponkroma EBD Ehonkomo, no, your Minister of Information and Presidential Spokesperson. Yene no EBD Ehon Enkomo. We will go to Parliament. Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa and Honorable Patrick Boama are filing a private member, and I say in the process of putting together a private member's bill. And that bill no seeks to is it restrain Parliament, and now say seeks to empower Parliament to reject car loans. Ne sanema ni nyinara. Yene Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa ebedi ho enkom, and we'll pick his opinions as well on this statement from the office of the First Lady and the Second Lady. It's a conversation you would want to listen to. You read the Mobile Cape Coast. Unim say the Cape Coast High Court no etnase on the case involving the Asen North Member of Parliament. Yene correspondent Ebedi Hunkomo. You will be speaking to some of the lawyers on both sides on how San Seminars about the eligibility of the Member of Parliament of Asen North. The eligibility is being challenged in the High Court, Cape Coast, and in Sensembe Brenano, and the eligibility for him to contest as even Member of Parliament, Ayan Komoa, Yabeshane to me, Eddie. Yes, boss would want to take you through the details of the Emolument Committee report. And Akwakwaye and Komoa, if you say was here to me, Eddie, just to shepherd the conversation around emolument nsensem ne the eco parliamentarians or the eco president or the eco vice or the eco one year ho any san nyina. What actually did the committee recommend? And it's something we would have to take time and go through the committee's report. Otsana, Oma Hene Kwabena Santi will join me on Mehi Asem segment. Now, you go through detailed into what the committee recommended, but and then we'll do snippets of information in that particular report. We could see saying Jumedi so into Monshan and so and fa MIA and round so no. Many of my Kasai efa the need for regular checkups and a sound common in Yenara and a video has been trending online. It's a government statistician now or Kasawa will be Jackson when was our video no now Kasawa baby I say symptoms of stroke beginnings and some bibri. It's a very terrible video. How an mercy by drums home the need say regular checkup near the ye between I would see who would get that video then I mamu how serious that matter no is. Into way money in Komoa I agree see between me edino. But join us with your thoughts, your comments, your observations. Ubit Media Fire in WhatsApp line and so our brain 0548 955 947 0548 955 947 or share on Facebook Live and so you can post your comments there and we would share your thoughts with the rest of the world. And to join us, be part of the big discussion. This is where Ghana listens to. And to join us, Nientie Wunso, Wajinche and but some of young listeners do want to would that and I think we would have to acknowledge them. Also, senior will be today is my birthday and I thank God for how far He's brought me. Abele in Nungwa, happy birthday to you. We appreciate you and the fact that you take time to share your thought with us almost every now and then. Abele in Nungwa. Happy birthday to you and live to be 94.7 and beyond. We say happy birthday to Jacob Babington Clue. Jacob Babington Clue, CEO Victor Electronics Limited. Also wish you God's grace and abundant blessings from Dinah. Dinah, going out to you, Jacob Babington Clue, CEO of Victor Electronics Limited. Happy birthday. To you. Let me see the other ones we have here. Nana Kiamwa Boaten says, a happy birthday to Ibrahim Said, aka Ibra, PA to Honorable Ebenezer Ni Na Nate, former MP for Ablekuma Central. Hey, Ablekuma Central MP, former MP, ni 8 doors of power. Anyways, because I know Fieron, I know Ibrahim Said, aka Ibra. And it's your birthday, Ibrahim Said. Happy birthday. And a very special birthday to Eric Arthur of Abose Okain. Nana Ekriamwa Boaten anyway. We say happy birthday to Opare. And this is from Pozo. Pozo all the way from the Ahanta West District in the Western region. Way free Honorable Sokolala. And he says, good afternoon, Obi. I want you to help me wish a happy birthday to my solid brothers, Eric Arthur and Ibrahim Said. Okay, all of Ablekuma Central. Honorable Sokolala, I hear you. And as I will share on Facebook Live, you would see, oh, Jesus. Wow. Wow, this is sad. Really sad. It is over Facebook Live, I will be the video of Professor Samuel Kobna Enim, or a government statistician, Nana or Kasat, one of their events on the population and housing census. Now, share or Kasano, I think, Unya Semnas and it's a terrible video to watch, but maybe you would have to take it off. It's sad until let's take it off. But just to let you appreciate the need for regular checkups na MWA and unknowns no sure because of the rigor of the work in the last few weeks. Because population and housing census regular checkups no in here, especially more edumaden more nakra na ya na ayeden e de amamo ene ade no. The need for regular checkups no eboa. But this video is really sad. Really sad. And we wish him very well. I wish and it's nyame be na domde nsa ebeka no na ne ho etimi atono. We wish you well. We remember you in our prayers. The team sent out our well wishes to you, government statistician. But I mean, can we? And where a private members' motion or say that this honorable house reject the term loan agreement of $28 million between the government of Ghana and the National Investment Bank Limited to finance the purchase of vehicles for the members of the 8th Parliament, and in the alternative, request the state to provide for members facilities necessary for the performance of their duties as provided for under Article 71 of the 1992, Article 71 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. Respectfully submitted, signed, Patrick Yaubuama, MP, Okaikwe Central Constituency, and Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, MP, North Tong Constituency. This is dated the 13th of July 2021. One of the MPs our signs our private members motion away is Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. Honorable Akwa Banapom to say. Hello, Sami, what's your name? Hello. Oh, too bad. Now, home article, and you work the lines and get him back. But the news, and it said 2 MPs have filed private members' motions. Parliament and rejected loan agreement government facilitated between the government of Ghana and the National Investment Bank on behalf of members of Parliament. In the MPC Chirimoa, Parliament and rejected our arrangement. They should rather insist a buying and share now resources in your momu here. Say what they buy on the Juma as Article 71 office holders, no, a buying in providers our resources. Yene honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa ibidi hunkumono eka 2 MPs are assigned this particular motion. Inti Okudzeto Ablakwa and Patrick Yao Buama. Inti wababe kain sawa homano. So honorable Akwa Banapom to saying.
Oh, Nyamia don't be able to Pachona where.
Nyamia don't mean so many papa. And me patwe di kind of bit ma confirm ya my say only honorable Patrick Yaubuama assigned this private members motion. Modekwa koma the speaker, I suppose. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, the kind I mean chat here for you na. Met me confirm is no power many the Honorable Patrick Yaubuama, our Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee, filing a private members motion. It's a $28 million car loan facility. And in the best interest of the nation and even members of Parliament. And there should be a certain uniformity, a certain consistency about how Article 71 office holders are treated, and we share the approach now adopted with only the legislature. No, it appears to be imposing an extra burden on the taxpayer. And Obekaya had earlier issued an OPEC mature article. May rally colleagues as I say. We pay a second look to this arrangement. And they are airboys, and they are airboy on mine. So, and Honorable Patrick Yaubuama and the Member of Parliament for North Town, my good self, presented a private members' motion. We are hoping, sir, the Speaker will admit and table it on the floor for a debate. Mobilize your colleagues, and you can see, sir, this is a bipartisan motion. That is what we are seeking to achieve. To me, a rally members with similar thoughts on both sides of the house. Now, you ensure, sir, you're better to me a defeat this $28 million loan facility.
And more advocacy way through this motion, no, starting with this particular loan facility, say you are rejecting even this one. And now say mobeji we are to in going forward, no, you don't want that to happen again.
there be where you percent where this particular $20 million facility, because when finance minister Wababele in parliament, and that's what we are dealing with now. In parliament, standing orders does not allow you to speculate and to engage in needless projections. Yatu Obama as a member of parliament, it doesn't make you a prophet and a soothsayer, and it does not endow you with skills in clairvoyance. To me and wasted the time of the House on matters that are not before us or that are in the future. We are dealing with what is before us now, which is this $28 million facility lay on the floor of the House. Members of Parliament are rejected. Now, let's work towards a certain uniformity, what pertains in the executive, what pertains in the judiciary. Three arms of government, equal arms of government. Let us treat the arms equally. And it's also important as leaders. You see, we are representatives of the people, and we must be sensitive to the concerns and the views of the people. And even before this uproar by the general public, Yemubi, if you look at the Hansard, who share some of my write-ups now, I have long advocated some of these arrangements are not in the long-term interest of Parliament. It's the same way, even if you look at this whole Article 71 arrangement, I have long argued we do not need to have an emoluments committee as is presently done, where every 4 years, president appoints, and then executive is approving for legislature is approving for the executive, and other institutions listed under Article 71. It creates the sense of a certain insider dealing. It's a self-serving arrangement. It's incestuous, to quote the Constitution Review Commission of 2010. Let's have an independent body. Let's remove the politicians from it. Because it doesn't. I've always asked myself, why do we like to complicate our lives and put ourselves up for public opprobrium? Because perception is very important. Even if you do not engage in self-dealing, you do not pad it and make things juicy for the executive, so that the executive will also make things juicy for you in the legislature. That is the perception. And it's because of the arrangement, how the whole Article 71 architecture has been erected. So you demolish it, you remove the politicians from the fray, and allow an independent
Asempa
body.
FM.
The Accord was United
Ekosiisen
Kingdom
on Asempa FM.
up until 2009, before the MP's expenses scandal at the Commons, that they were having a similar arrangement we have now, where the Fees Office and the members of Parliament, leadership of the House, determine their allowances and their emoluments. But when the scandal occurred and there was such an uproar, and the British people said, look, you politicians, what you are doing is self-serving, it's conflict of interest, get yourself out. Right. Instead, the IPA, the Independent Parliamentary Standards, is the independent that determines on more conditions of service. When you do it that way, you are free, and you remove yourself from, all these attacks and the opprobrium and the disparities to that care, because you can't have the fair.
Sami, minim baby, awo basa homana aye bad kaka. Hello, Sami.
Hello.
Me ba cho otemenka.
Yeah, hello, me too.
Yeah, I think it's better now. Bad kaka inti say ubi jabi bia wo sisi anamaya. It's better now. Inti before say beba onto the way forward you propose, and your proposal only say aban enhwe na say the oyema other Article 71 office holders oma resources near available but even before we come there, I would want to refer you to the Professor Yain Tiamwa Bedu committee report, which report our parliament our approval. So we share table 7.3F, which speaks to facility, privilege, or benefit for members of parliament under transportation while in office. Ekase, the state should facilitate a car loan not exceeding the cedi equivalent of $80,000. The state should take responsibility for payment of 60% of the cost of the vehicle and also take responsibility for the interest on the loan. And this is the recommendation a committee in the year mo agiatum as members of parliament and as the House of Parliament. And how do you reconcile way to the new motion among the Parliament? Because this is what you've approved. I was say here, Juma.
Yeah, you name the what the
Asempa FM
in Bedu committee report. We are very much cognizant of that fact. But Usha, even the air course of our parliament is saying now, the finance minister himself is not complying with that provision in the recommendation stricto sensu. To be very fair, because Usha amount now the committee recommended, and yeah, that amount because we work here the $28 million, which is 60%. MP deductions are more a year from our salaries now. Is coming up to about $100,000, which is not $80,000. And it's clear that the committee's report is not really being worked with. And if there's any accusation about ABI disregard and a departure from the Interior Bedu committee report now, and you can't accuse us of
no, but let me understand it. I mean, the recommendation, Nekase, the state should facilitate a car loan not exceeding the cedi equivalent of $80,000. And what it tells me is a minimum I was say MPBA $80,000. But in repaying that loan, the state should take responsibility for payment of 60% of the cost of the vehicle and also take responsibility for the interest on the loan in the amount $80,000. But say, ye back the amount just 40% too. That's my understanding of this, Meboa.
The understanding you should have, which I believe is the case, and it's the entire facility, the entire process, should not exceed $80,000.
Yes.
But what I'm informing you, and it's analysis based on the loan agreement, Finance Minister Wale, and the deductions that are going on, it will exceed that $80,000. We're looking at probably $100,000. But you see, the fundamental point, that is not the essence of our argument. The fundamental point, and it's we want a departure from this whole loan arrangement. It is not about contours. It's not about 80,000 or 100,000. We are saying, have duty vehicles assigned to MPs, just like you have done for ministers, DC, MMDCs, CEOs of the state institutions, SOEs, the constitutional bodies, commissioners, judges, and all of that. Have a similar arrangement.
But the decision on the departure, when was that decision made?
Aligned.
Because this was approved just this January 2021. At what point the decision said you want to depart from what you've approved?
Again, in the coming days, this business of approval and a parliament approval and all of that, I'm sure that things will become clearer when some of us begin to expatiate on exactly what transpired. Because as I speak to you, as a member of parliament, we need a copy of that report. What does our standing order say? These reports must be presented to all MPs. We didn't have copies. We didn't have copies. I have heard a former colleague of mine, the Honorable Nusaf Husseini, also state publicly that he belonged to the 7th Parliament. He's a member of the 7th Parliament. He didn't see that report. And when that approval, when were copies of that report distributed? And when did we sit to scrutinize, to analyze the content, and to approve same?
But the last time, many will call it John Jenapo in common, and John Jenapo made the point,
say, as an institution,
yes,
to carry out an introspection. And some of these claims that are made out there about our work and all, and even your conduct, the way business is conducted in the house and all of that, must come up for proper scrutiny. We cannot continue, in this vein where, a few people appear to take decisions and then everybody is lumped and they say that the house has approved. We want to see the record. We want to see when the house, approved this and when we were giving copies as members of the 7th Parliament who approved it. Sometimes you are careful. You don't want to be seen washing dirty linens of our institution, in the public domain and all of that. But let's take it easy on this business of approval by 7th Parliament.
No, because
there are matters that some of us are preparing to contest strongly. Let me apologize for the bell. Once
I know. No problem. I made that point because about 3 days, I think last week, John Jenapo didn't come and he made a point. Say this report was.
I'm struggling to hear you. Hello?
Oh, okay. Same, me bacho Oteminkas is here.
Hello.
Yeah, Oteminkas, Same.
Yeah, it's quite better.
Good. In the Nameka say. Last week, I spoke to John Jenapo, and I want to make a point, say, this report was submitted to the committee on the whole. And that committee, perused the report, even though he admits, say, time and no more than extra. But to say, it did not come before Parliament near dinner there, I am finding it a bit strange.
I am saying that it's not an issue of whether committee of the whole. I've not discussed the forum. I'm saying, sir, copies of these reports were not made available to members of Parliament. And I've told you that there are numerous members of Parliament, so many, I'm sure in the vast majority, who will tell you that this report, they haven't seen it. And they don't have copies. Because OSHA, your standing orders are this, anything that we approve, copies, it must be laid 48 hours unless you want to waive it. But copies must be laid and made available to members. That was not done. And yet, we are being bashed all over, and more approval, and you didn't care at the time, and all of that. And we subject ourselves to unfair and needless, bashing because of some of these practices. On Asempa FM. Some of us have been complaining about. I hope, sir, moving forward as an institution, we'll learn lessons because, you see, you may think that, once, there's a certain. We have the majority and the seat of government approves it. The president is in support. They have brought it. So let's just railroad it. It comes back to haunt all of us and see the national embarrassment that this has brought.
And I believe, sir, because of
it even subjects the entire governance architecture of our country
to ridicule.
As to how we are not doing things properly. I think that there's a certain discussion we must have, and it's not about NPP, NDC. It's about how to fix your governance arrangement, how to ensure that Parliament will not just be rubber stamped, majority numbers will not be abused, and that we will seek to do things right in a proper way. Because in the final analysis, it comes back to haunt us and to diminish the image and the reputation of the institution. And it's successive government, too. This business of bringing things in the last hour and rushing it through, not making copies available to members. I'm not accusing only one political tradition. But these things must change. And that's what some of us are insisting, that it has to change. We can't continue like that. We cannot continue this way. Because at the end of the day, it is said, Parliament, meanwhile, you didn't see the document. Copies were not made available to you. And things, sometimes documents over 200 pages, 300 pages. Now, you have just 5 minutes, and only a few people, 1 or 2 people have seen it. And then they claim there's a parliamentary approval. Such kangaroo things, such symbolic, endeavors, As I say, you jive.
No, but Sami, unim say,
a serious functioning democracy, or not.
I get your point, but unim same me pacho.
I mean, parliamentary arrangement cannot continue.
Yeah.
These are discussions we must boldly have and confront.
I agree, and because we border on the integrity of Parliament as an institution, no, maybe going forward, no, say you might have to probably bring out some more information to prove, say indeed, parliamentarians do not have copies of this report, and nothing shows, say indeed, approval properly so-called was given to this particular document. Not Etimi Abua, because as it stands now, no, you've made some claims about down the integrity of Parliament as a house.
Yes, I concede, sir, about on the integrity of the house. I don't even want to delve into more detail. I mean, my recent battles even with the finance minister. Look at how the finance minister is treating Parliament. On my question on the presidential jet. Okay, I had to issue a memo to the business committee. Said, let's be careful. We are creating a super minister who can determine parliamentary time. So I know he wants more time. And meanwhile, other ministers, when they are even late, if they must come and answer at 10 a.m. and they come at 11, they are reprimanded. They are chided. You see, why? Look, a question is filed at the same time, one to the defense minister, one to the finance minister. The defense minister comes to answer on the 16th of June. The finance minister, who was originally programmed to answer on the 17th, he comes to ask for more time, saying he is not prepared, and then keeps asking for more time up to now, from 17th. What's today's date?
Okay.
Getting to the middle of July. And you see, at the end of the day, you may think that they are minister, but it's Parliament as an institution you are undermining, you are discrediting the institution. And we become
but I mean on this specific issue, on this specific issue, I know on this specific issue because now it's in the public domain. At least what they are to just say for you did not see the document, you cannot attest to the approval properly so-called of this document. You would have to furnish us with some more information. Would you commit yourself to that?
I'll be happy to do that. I'll be happy to. You know that you can trust me.
We'll come back on that. And finally, going forward, we'll say abai enhwe na resources amu here. I would want to believe say a cars na mu here 275 cars yen tongu a pool bimo na matimi dia yemo. That is what you are recommending.
Yes, that is an option. But buying a castle, to me, provided duty vehicles in a pool that would not have to be changed every 4 years and all of that, which in the final analysis will be of less economic impact to the the Ghanaian taxpayer. Will not be so much of a burden. The other option, and it's they should stop the deduction from our salaries every month. Now they should free us as individual MPs to relate with our bankers, and just as you do in the private sector where you arrange car loans without any government guarantee, we can also do that freely. You cannot encumber our salaries, engage in all these deductions, and then after you come back with all these expensive loans with all kinds of interest and arrangers fees and all of that, which is so laborious and it's a burden to the taxpayer unnecessarily. Those are the options here proposes. You either take care of us like you do for those in the executive and the judiciary, because we are all arms of government. And I say, if you can't, stop the deductions. We can, those who need vehicles can broker car loan deals with the banks at the individual level, and then we can cut out all this, opprobrium and and all of this,
But what difference?
Under the bus every now and then, so that we can focus on our mandate. The people want quality representation. They want us to really deliver on the promises we made to them, and those are the things we should focus on.
Yeah, but say Muamobe arranging more personal loans. What difference would it make? Because at the end of it, no some salary more than a BTF, and it's the same with this one. Is it because
I know it's not the same. No, it's a private arrangement. One banker.
Yeah,
and with your salary, there is no $28 million loan from NIB. there is no additional loan because your salary will be, you structure it in such a way that it will be 100%. But the current arrangement, your deduction, we are told is 40%, and then government is going for a loan of 60%. It is with a private MP to banker arrangement. You cut out the government, and there is no government guarantee. There is no imposition on the taxpayer. It is totally different.
And this private arrangement, would be a private vehicle to perform public service. How would that sit with the Constitution? You pretty here.
That is why you can tell from your private member's motion, say, ideally, you should be treating all the three arms of government the same way. Then you have vehicles in the pool for MMDC, for ministers, deputy ministers, presidential staff, judges, NCC commissioners, EC commissioners, audit service, controller and accountant general, security services, CEOs of all these state institutions, the SOEs, and all of that. Let's have uniformity. But if you cannot achieve that, if you probably have an issue with that, or you don't want MPs to have a similar arrangement, whatever your justification is, then just free us. So that's the plan B. Stop the deductions, and MPs should be allowed to have their own private arrangement. It's as simple as that. In that case, you take away this, and maybe a 4 year, a call for loan, and we have all of this, cacophony that is legitimate, is justified. You cannot blame the taxpayer, because taxpayers everywhere in the world are concerned about how their taxes are being utilized. Is that the best use of taxpayers' resources?
I agree with you, except to say, sir.
We believe that these are the best way forward.
So I mean, except to say, sir, in assuaging probably to public outcry, you cannot embark on an unconstitutionality to satisfy a certain public outcry, because public never kasenti now for yema MPs in kwaje private loan, enfanto private car, enfamaya banyejuma. I really don't get that.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an unconstitutionality. There's nothing in the Constitution it stops a member of parliament and even a public officer from going for a loan. Don't remind me of the sore point in our history. Executive will be just because we are gone for a loan 50,000. We all condemn that episode in our history. And I don't want to believe there's anything in our Constitution that stops members of parliament from doing that. I've said it's a destination where you are forcing the MPs to arrive at, because the state's responsibility is not being met. The state is choosing this expensive route, unpopular route of loans. And today it's $28 million, and it's been going up if you look at since the first parliament, and all kinds of terms. Third parties that are not even part of the negotiation. Let's be clear. The ideal thing, and it's let's find economically viable and acceptable ways of taking care of the mobility that is required by public officers. The
amount make us
as you are doing for ministers. But it's a pool. I know you don't have to be changing every 4 years, and in the final analysis, it is clearly more economical. It makes more economic sense. But to me, yes, Anna, it's clear that the Ghanaian people do not want this whole loans, going for a loan, the government guarantee only for MPs. You don't do that for ministers. You don't do that for MMDC. You don't do that for the judges. You don't do that for other public servants. You're doing it for only MPs. And I think in recent times they've added the Council of State. It's clearly not an arrangement that sits well with the general public. And it doesn't sit well.
The general public don't also like the issue of ex gratia. Indians will be pushing for say
you know my views on that. I've several pieces on that. The current
on Asempa FM.
It even just sets us up for needless attack.
Okay.
You can't win any debate with the public. And let's be honest. The current arrangement appears self-serving, and it is widening disparities. Into my view, and it's let's have an independent body to take care of these matters.
Okay.
And if you are leaving Parliament,
Asempa
you have a special arrangement from Obia or returning, who is continuing as a member of Parliament. He doesn't have to. It's like as if you have come to the end of your career when you have not. When you are going to serve another term. You know my views on this matter. I've written extensively. Last year, there was an attempt to touch the Heritage Fund. I wrote an op-ed arguing that there are 10 other areas that we can save resources so that we don't touch the Heritage Fund. And S-Gracia was one of the items I listed. I'm not one of those who is afraid that S-Gracia, because it's not sustainable. And every 4 years we come to this point. Can't we follow UK example? Can't we follow other examples? The U.S. House of Congress, they do it differently. Let's have an independent body. And now if you want to amend Act 737 so that the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission can determine this. You see, remove the politicians, remove the Article 71 office holders out of the process. Maybe the independent body can consult them every now and then, or if you like, just like the tripartite committee when they meet with the labor leaders, to find out, and there's probably a negotiation matter, or to hear them out, things on their perspective. But the final decision is not left with the union leaders. And in this case, it will not be left to the Article 71 office holders, either Parliament or executive. It will be a matter for the independent body to determine. And that's a matter that I've always felt strongly about. I made canvases strongly, for that. And the archives will tell you, even the Hansard would prove to you that I have always held that view. And that, to me, is the way to go. Look, as people, we lose every legitimacy. We lose every credibility when you are on a path that the people who elected you, who took you to that house, to that institution, are saying, we're not comfortable with this arrangement. If not, then it's not a democracy. You are not representing the people. You are not, as it were, in sync, aligned with the people they are hoping to reach. And you won't get their support.
On Asempa FM.
So if all these democratic sustain, then we don't have even any confidence in democracy, and we are going to do something, God forbid. We don't want an explosion. We don't want a volcanic eruption. Let's be sensitive. Let's be responsive. We can't keep doing the same thing. And it's like we are just impunity, rubbing it in their faces. Or more and check every 4 years, the anger levels go up even higher. And you see, we want to maintain this architecture. Are we just setting ourselves up for some cataclysmic meltdown one day?
So, I think we would come back to this conversation some other time. And I believe, the root cause probably is to look at the Constitution and amend some portions of the Constitution. I know would give us a lasting solution to some of these problems.
And it's an end provision. Let's have the courage to do it. Together with all the other amendments which are in the Constitution review, let's finalize that process.
Fantastic. Sami medasi bibiani ebesa so about hobio. Why? Medasi pa nyame nhira. Sami okuje to Ablakwa, a honorable member of Parliament for North Tongue constituency, and Moten and Kano. I would tell you there is a statement from the multimedia group, management of the multimedia group. Mekai Edi Amamo and Chebia. But before that, let me do this interview quickly. Nafi me babak mababe kind this statement from the multimedia group Edi Amamo. It's a statement you would have to listen to. But Professor Ransford Jampo Ewo Ahomane. So I think last week, when this whole story broke about the decision, say be more at court and the earlier no share any opinions on this whole formalization of Sikai Triadema first lady, the second lady, the former first lady, the former second ladies, any other. And the situation is The sitting first lady and the sitting second lady, as your more refunding or more allowances, they are rejecting the recommendations from the emolument committee. And they are not doing ever home. And they say, Prof, Akwabe saying Sony. Hello, Professor Jampo Temenka.
Oh, me too, Kayenia.
Super. Bibi Aboko there.
Oh, Namia Dum.
Yeah, Danyamia say. Mijini say anopay any run jo statement and a free first lady when anopay the free second lady or abba one or more rejected recommendation from the committee and afi allowance the yetuyama on since 2017 and so or more air refund satisfactory and also free say here.
Asempa FM.
What's the mean to be free saying?
You see, in democratic practice, when we elect the people to office, they must act as trustees to promote our interests. We do not oftentimes question political trustees because they are expected to know our interests, and they must always demonstrate that they have the capacity to act in a manner that is adequately reflective of our interests. But as humans, so a political trusteeship sometimes gets out of touch with the real interest of the citizenry. Now, when this happens, the citizens must not be docile. They must speak, and when they speak, the political actors must pander to the voices of reason coming from the citizenry. Unfortunately, the voices of the citizenry in many fledgling democracies are tagged as voices of the opposition and political enemies. And once such voices do not agree with the positions taken by the ruling elite, now yes, you really opposition for and as a political enemies and are more voicing things that are of concern to them. So such voices are therefore relegated to the background, particularly when they do not agree with the views of the ruling elites. But anytime such voices lead to an influence in what government does, in my view, it points to a clear path of a country's drive towards democratic maturity. And sir, that's sorry, I have to say, Omampeni Ayere, any Omampeni Abedi Ayere. Almost as you can say Maka and Sumenya review mono. Dear as a democracy. Now the Papa the voices of the people have been able to shape what the government is doing, or have been able to shape or more the voices of the people have shaped the conduct of these officials. It is good. Yeah, Mama Rebecca Akufuado mentioned a calm persona that shouldn't have been dragged into this at all. On pen one sem, and so say Asempa
Asempa FM.
Matese wa return sika no nkofo bebre e ready e ka ma dwen opposition for no ade ye fe a ye fe ade nya na nye me da me feel say e ye fe. But you see, it is easy to say that both the first and second ladies have succumbed to the legitimately expressed venomous pressure against the recommendation to regularize their allowances into salary. But Mirans, for example, I choose to think and believe that they have rather displayed some politically fine principles and conscience that do not come cheap within the Ghanaian body politic. So I say well done to them, because Ghana politicians they go through worse pressures, and when they suffer those pressures, and call for maybe a course of politicians, Ghana for the empenum. When these politicians suffer such pressures, they tend to adopt the Waka Kra more dead goat syndrome attitude. So never be question and call for a demonstration na ye kayempenna who shed the conduct of politicians in Ghana. Assembly ban 3 days abeko. Well, minim opening what Ghana. They be a Asempa. Debia asem fufo bi ba ebe torpedo asem wa ye discuss. You know, politicians feel say, oh, who can cry we no maka asem ye ndin na watch. You know, ma mfa nya asem ye nya ne ebe ye. And see, that is what we know in Ghana. So if someone succumbs to pressure, we must celebrate the gesture, in my view, as a triumph, you know, for democracy. Namum, catch your say, we have Niskibian, next time at the bar moment. A little concern that I also want to express.
No, but on that last point you made, Prof.
And the last point to me.
Oh, man, can where you make me some question on the last point now. Make you are near to us. And my question is, say, who share the content of a mummy no omo letters or de eba na. Clearly, no un say at the end of 2 legs. 1 leg, the recommendation committee no at the eba and the committee report no clear. Say yen formalize administrative payment and at the emma and say ushe tables na under office under the president table na it states clearly say the first lady no yen pegino at cabinet minister sika yede emma no say ushe sa recommendation and the public outcry no ebaye. The other bit and so allowances are near triama won since time immemorial. Now we have a situation where or more refunding even the allowances now generally na bebre na ejitum say no de ye tia bi nkakanga kama won. What does that tell you?
We yes na what classroom extra there I mean because you may be kana na was bisa me question.
Oh, okay.
Abofra I did not the class my friend minimum. Yes, I know your idea. You see, you're not person. My little issue is that Anka she should have only or they should have only objected to the recommendations to regularize their allowances into salary. And no pet and Anka may say Anka object. You see, because the refund, though commendable, would open the floodgates for other petty demands for all others who have benefited to refund. But unlike the wife of the president and the wife of the vice, whose spouses are still working, others cannot pay what they have been paid with ease because some of them, they are not working, they are unemployed. Others too are dead and gone. Others too may be reminded of the painful demise of their husbands when we go
and no can achieve we saying prof
near me say oh I feel want to prof
oh that is it
near me say
yes
and recommendation susuya de ba say allowances or mo gino yem fan kwaye salary impegno as at the level of cabinet minister no and no pen and kese so mo fo na sika amagini na se omosi ya ye na yetua sika na ade ne back no eno no ebema ho kwan e ma ebinum aka se ende obiara a waji sika no omtua back but enyo bia na obetumi etua de kese mame Rebecca na ye mame Sami ye mame
Samira
one more dear omukunum ye adwuma a omo aben mu Ekosiisen on Asempa FM Namom obi a ne kunu eni abem anaso obi a wakọ pension no wadi sika na wedi awie wo ka so ntua onye bi ntua enipa binum so omaje no ebinum so ayeden ewu ekọ na ebinum so allowance kakra de ma on ka se obinum a refund nti omo so refund omo de am one shekra no be kai ni kunu a wewu eyi a eno kra nhwe obadwinwi ho kra ma eno nso ewu megidi se enhye oman no eni onyam se bia ye be makwa ma niema bi sa atete ebia the wives of former presidents mo moje adwinwi ho ama ne ko nti na me madwin mu no ne se anka nia emwa edi no wendi ko ni aka no ni yemmo ho ban enti no nka so mo edi aba enya hwe as wooden sakwa influence anko back nti na ne omonye na mom se ebeye reprisal effect bi man ko fo bi begina so aka se ne former president here no mo ebinum ewu kura yam ko kantre o manam na o refund na asefo na before say a true party my dream no if we are looking for genuine refunds yehwehwe won a gisika me omon Asempa FM. It should come from members of parliament who have never been voted out of parliament before and who continue to receive illegal ex gratia every 4 years. Because this is the only way they can restore their credibility and legitimacy deficit within the Ghanaian body politic. Actually, that's so be a Juma every 4 years, be a quote and unquote or the pension. May matter idea over 20 years, almost 20 years. Now, every 4 years, be a major pension and Kenini. Oh, yes, you may be now, yes, work bound, you moon, you may be on the pension, Emma is gas, and no. Now, every 4 years, be a mutumia arrangement to be near Tia Musikebi. Mutumia says Sikebi or why a refund there. Mr. Members of Parliament or Modasote Parliament are young to a bench or Modano. Almost 4 years, no, Madigeno, and no. And the with interest. The NJ could afford on
but no. What will be the legal basis? Or the Ekosiisen can, because if it's the ex gratia you speak about, a pursuant to recommendation from a well-constituted committee, our constitution, Nankasa recommend Article 71(2). India
Number one.
Based on then how the Ekosiisen can.
Number one. Constitution and your Bible.
Hey.
Bible mpo enko for e wo nwasem. Into your constitution akano say your Bible anka 2010 up to 2012 no ya undertake constitutional review. Number 2, recommendations anko for aye no nipa na eye nipa ene ye mfumso e wo mo. Na so my recommendation na ye class na yes recommendation no M1 minor. You know who can say make you can't on camera. We are a thinking society. Society ne nipa ya doing and a nipa recommendation and yet marana me asset. Into we have every right so you share your system when na recommendation you put saying in a swan a dream be anymore about minor form one. So be you every 4 years to be a CM Pesikabi and Farmano. Every 4 years to be an uncle pension on some trade. So, your force again a Nimna M1 or minor. We have the right to interrogate and to call for reform. And that's him. And maybe be so able to make the Emra Aye. We share America almost Emra on constitution a kitty and some Raya Jumao. Over Ghana, your upon as we say, your constitution as we say, America, and some rather bring your Jumara. Who call Britain, they operate what we call unwritten constitution. And they say, upon is made up of a mamre and the customs and conventions. And you know, and yet be a legislation, to cover every aspect of human behavior. And Kayamana upon your Namwa, this year the Suya Okabrani, it is a better until we can evolve our own customs and conventions based on some elite consensus. Idea Ekosiisen, and yet, and you know, necessarily Shamra, Nanso Sonia Force, Yabania, a bebo minor. Uko Tanzania, that's what they do.
Yeah, but and only different from when you have something written in the constitution in black and white. And it may be the argument should be, should we amend that part of the constitution so that we are going forward, no, we will not come back.
The point is this: politicians now, they exploit the loopholes of the constitutional provisions to their advantage. In your constitution, as I say, yeah, as you find near a bomb, near benefit, then some of you are saying, say, and no, it is there black and go and read the directive principles of state policy. Now share Nyama as I said a constitution, a more black and white, and Nyama Ghana for. People have the right to employment and shine in the constitution. And also a left black and white. And then I know they are to find Yejuma. If you never the constitution, I am finding Yejuma. I say near a benefit a certain few self-seeking, self-perpetuating and self-aggrandizing political cabals And the Abaka say, and the constitution no black and white in Tiafanya Juma. I believe that the politicians of today, and I'm saying Montino, they have lost the legitimacy to be making.
Yeah, but Prof, what you abhor, no, and yet just to politicians. Article 71, and about 4 years, Bianco Fuena S. Gracia. It is not just members of parliament. Article 71 goes beyond MPs into your more aka head of the various constitutional bodies and all of that.
It's not other bodies for 4 years. You are Gracia. The chair of the electoral commission every 4 years for GS Gracia. Is that what you're telling me?
No, every 4 years the committee recommendation applies to her as well. What the committee recommends, and every other committee I ever put it together every 4 years. No, your recommendation you treat cabinet must have for no.
Well, you see, I've already argued. Same said last week. Me argue Asempa FM. Article 71. Office holders, more constitution. You see, it has created a certain class society where some people are referred to as Article 71 office holders, and the rest of us, or many of us, are referred to as public servants. Before say the discrimination, a dead banner. Article 17 it argues against discrimination on all manner of grounds. 71 some of us are advocating. Say, a constitution now so any Bible biblical injunction and a Quranic injunction. We should interrogate it again, and if possible, let us do things that will reduce the class society that we are trying to build for ourselves. Yes, sir. And believe public servants, civil servants would come together and cause a certain revolution. One are benefited from the positions or Article 71 at the moment. They will be nowhere to be able to defend themselves.
Okay. Prof. Yegusudin Komoya Naminsaka statement with again from the office of the First Lady. Ekase, and it's addressed to the Chief of Staff. Or say refund of allowances paid to the First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Mrs. Rebecca Ekufuado. I am directed to forward herewith a consolidated bank Ghana Limited check number and check number for an amount of 899,097.84 Ghana cedis, being the full refund for monies received from 7th January 2017 to date as allowances given to Her Excellency the First Lady of the Republic. As disclosed by the statement issued on the 12th of July 2021, Her Excellency the First Lady of the Republic is refunding the amount stated above and also takes this opportunity to decline any allowances to be paid to her in the future. Her Excellency the First Lady remains committed to her role as First Lady and is devoted to her charity work championing the well-being of women and children in Ghana. Please accept, Madam, the assurances of our highest consideration. Signed, Shelley Lye, Mrs. Office of the First Lady. And we addressed to the Chief of Tavinti, the decision to want to refund, after we're backing with action at the check, Akoma First Lady. And I recall, say, in his statement, Enran Oka said, this action without prejudice to any other person, maybe or non so, AG allowances, maybe. And it comes back to your point, say, you can't so more mechanism refund there, ABA pressure be any day to almost so.
Yeah, well, and now I'm conformably social media, so we there, I've been making sure that very funny. Just for the political cameras, she's not going to refund. But she's done what she's supposed to do. Just that I'm very interested in but no. But I'm supposed to say that should not be the way. That shouldn't have been the way to go. We use to, and the sabi Uncle Bokro no, be arrangements been a daho and we no so beto aso. But yen share and the anfa pressure be anto ekuna for so nga omukunu no ewu any omwa omaba pension no yamfa pressure be anto omo so say omo so and refund because e bia na omo de omo nkonye bi sania we no ewa ban mu ntimi bia omo timi enyi.
No, scanning through social media and pressure na akọ former President Mahama Yere Lordina Mahama. So do you think the right thing to do? And the pressure is on her, so also refunding it.
But I'm not making aka ho asem no say yɛnhwɛ ɛna yankobie saa floodgate because what the pressure no call former president Mahama yere so pɛ that is what they call former president Atamel yere so that is so ko hwehwɛ Samia Nkrumah nom ɛna president na Akufo-Addo maame nom ɛna ayi Fatia yɛfɛ sɛ Liman nom yere nom na so ko hwɛ ɔmo nyinaa but ebinom awu kɔ ɛna sefo ntino me feel say let us not do petty partisan politics. There are so many things that are of interest as you focus near Kanwasem. And you know, near last week, no me can say and she say be convention been that evolve say Omanpenin be yere etiase. Omanpenin be a oni adi oni abemu our pension. That's a yiri be etiase maybe a no wu eja ne yere anase for na o minus o mefa kwan bi so aye na doye se ne be yo betena se indignity a boni biara enim na ne em se na it played on the emotions of people was the fact that the president and the wife the wife of the president, the wife of the vice president, now say the person do cabinet ministers without going through an amendment even of Article 71. And another problem. Yes, we should not open that flag because
okay, Prof, Mate inti yebejano wa ha na bibia ni a yasan so di nkomo bio. Why?
Yo.
Meda se papa. Professor Ransford Jampo, trainee at University of Ghana, and Amotesi no AD and Komo Ekosiisen so high Asempa 94.7 FM. I'll come back to your messages, but before that, me can say the multimedia group issue statement was a mekan and this a letter addressed to the Deputy Regional Commander, Ghana Police Service, Ashanti Regional Police Headquarters, Edum Kumasi. Attention Regional Crime Officer, Ashanti Regional Police Headquarters, Edum Kumasi. Dear Sir, formal complaint against Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan for threat against the life of Erastus Asare Donko, a journalist at the Multimedia Group Limited. 1. The attention of Multimedia Group Limited, MGL, and its journalist, Erastus Asare Donko, has been drawn to life-threatening comments that Kennedy Ohene Japan, Member of Parliament for the Asin Central Constituency and the Chairman of the Defence and Interior Committee of Parliament has made about Erastus Asare Donko. 2. Those comments were made on the Attitude program aired on July 9th, 2021 on the 2 TV. The television station owned by Kennedy Ohene Japan, and the content of the program was streamed live and widely published on social media platforms. 3. In the said video, a copy of which has been attached, the Honourable Member of Parliament is heard raining insult on Erastus Asare Donko. Honourable Japan also called for the quote, serious beating of Erastus Asare Donko. B, asserted that, quote, we should beat the hell out of, unquote, Erastus Asare Donko. And C, threatened that if he, Honorable Japan, were the president of Ghana, he would have ensured that Erastus Asare Donko is beaten mercilessly. 4, Honorable Japan launched the above scathing attacks and threat on Erastus Asare Donko's life because of the journalistic work that the latter undertook during the recent shootings and killing incident at Ejura and his appearance before the Kingsley Compson Committee investigating the incident. 5. Sir, you may recall that someone in the recent past, Honorable Japan, issued similar threat against Ahmed Hussein Swale, who at the time had undertaken some journalistic works. Ahmed Hussein Swale was later horribly killed. 6. In the above circumstances, we wish to file this formal complaint of threat by Honorable Japan against the life of Erastus Asare Donko and request that this complaint is investigated and Erastus Asare Donko given the required protection. 7. Sir, having regard to the status of Honorable Kennedy Japan, the national security implications of the comment, and the lessons from the recent history of a similar comment, we are by copies of this letter informing the underlisted persons of the comment herein. We hope that the content of this letter will be given the urgent attention it deserves. Yours faithfully, and this is signed by James Agler, a General Manager, Love FM and Inshra FM, all in Kumasi, and a Kofi Edudomfe, News Editor, Love FM and Inshra FM. And it's copied to the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, Speaker of Parliament, through the Clerk of Parliament, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Seitu II Asantehene, through the Chief of Staff Menshia Palace, the Ashanti Regional Minister, Regional Coordinating Council Kumasi, Minister of National Security, the Minister of Interior, the Inspector General of Police, the Director of CID, National Police Headquarters here in Accra, the Executive Secretary, National Media Commission, the President, Ghana Journalists Association, the Country Director, Media Foundation for West Africa, Human Rights Watch, New York, USA, Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, New York, USA, and the International Federation of Journalists, IFJ, Washington, D.C., US of A. Indeed, that's the statement from the multimedia group signed by the General Manager, Love FM and Instra FM in Kumasi, James Agla, and Kofi Edudomfe, News Editor, Love FM and Instra FM, all in Kumasi. In the Anomunsem and the Yakai, the Amamone Ekosiisen, Asempa 94.7 FM. And I'm sharing on Facebook Live, where you see copies of this statement from the multimedia group on Facebook Live. Na Monsumetimi Ehumbi, Ewo Ekosiisen Jumedi. Eso. Ma memra back na me kind more messages on in komo ayedi thus far ewo dwumedie eso mo nhyane so and for loads and loads of your message. But even before that, me share mo boss ye ne honorable Kojo Pong Kroma information minister and so ebedi and komo na Yasha said in Yoma is echo on the statement every first lady office, second lady office at the Abba. Honorable Akwaba na apom to saying
Obi nyame adom na so e.
Nyame adom o kran kakra ohun ye de.
Nyame adom me ho ye ma mincha wetifo nyina awie.
Etifo je wo so papa. Enra nwumre ne nsaka first statement from the office of the first lady and scanning through Facebook, social media generally commentary no was say oh and then first lady bu efu ana then after you refunding the second and all of that. How do you take our commentary no?
Obi me that say I'm saying in addition to Enra statement, a fee office of the first lady by and none pay office of the second lady so issue statement. And in the last 30-45 minutes, meaning say first lady letter I'm say check to office of the chief of staff a call.
My kind letter is here.
Okay. Yeah. Me committee meeting with my peers, so I don't know what has transpired on there. I know him so I think what matters the position of first lady and second lady on and Komaya Koson. Komono say Obama me brea my enchim bear miensa. Ekosiisen Asempa FM. Ibimo edebe to abontin say Omampeni Akufo-Addo Eden Nisashe Krata say Yintua ne yele salary. Tis Obekaya. If you are seeing no, the nipa dodo di kanti and say, Omampeni nipa boni power and Nisashe Krata say Yintua ne yele ni second lady salary. That was the first Asempa Ghana for Yinara ete because now baby I dina nkomo aye di ne bimu pese abribia omutwa tro manufacture story omdi bibia for asem no asem ne di kan ba no omutwa tro e ba beto abontin so Omampeni e de nsa secretary say yintua na yeri ne second lady salary enne aye ka say me did say nipa dodo a wo Ghana hu say asem na e tro Omampeni adanko Akufo-Addo onye sada untumi so nye sada wankada onkada say yintua na yere any second lady salary emum no kren ne say Ghana emra kuni constitution say if you aban bia say e was say committee and etna say wono ma ebe ye adwuma wa aban mu ya tro mu din wa 71 e be den ti o mka na e be ti o mahe committee ni na adwuma wi for the executive no enya de Omampeni kra betumi say ono wagi atoma na say onyintu ye mfem mre no ye de co parliament na parliament agi atom nti no kra ne say ya nti amwa committee eye adwuma for the 7th parliament session no 2017 to 2020 ena omo eba to the determination say allowance that yedema spouses of presidents and vice presidents. I'm Rebian Tarehono. Omo person omo de mra Tarehono omo de ko.
Asempa FM.
And as one person omo chichiri ni ye. E de famra kwan so omo de ko parliament. Se parliament in Shiraso. Na sisi ade a yitua dada no. Enye so obi tua wo pon ase. Enye ade a obi anim. Ti omo de ko parliament and a parliament G2 mu. Eno na ma omo tua sa allowances a ene ye ka ho asemi. Nti enye no korese president Akufo-Addo e de nsa hye krata se yintua na yire ene second lady salary. No korene se ya nti amwa committee ene ye o madwuma de call 7th parliament and a 7th parliament G2. Eno na kofa sa payment ne baya e be ya some of public record na e be se ye ba beto aso fi nti in common ye chemu adi di kan se e try bi mu di fiase e se no kore no adedi. So Oba Penny Rebecca, Oba Penny Samira, Omo kan da so mo packet ya na so mpe salary aje. President Akufo-Addo kan da so peso ti om kan nim committee na djuma o recommend ye say ade da hotiti ayeye no. Yem famfa ekwan we si no. Eno na kupi parliament e kofa we nyina ba. Che no number 1, number 2. Ebi mu mpo akire o madwen ene na uti nkomo nim na ukan de ekoso on various platforms Oman na dream da afenu. Ebi mu akire o madwen. Oman akire o madwen ebi NDC for bi MPP for. Omo say ya nti amwa committee no kure ni hu kwan say. Ombe sa recommendation no na parliament kwa mpo so afo aso. In the Supreme Court emungu say committee no call outside their powers. Nti ubon say yenu bi wo NDC for side omo say omo for us say committee ni set to in the parliament to ni set to
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Madam for Rocks and Dafia Mekpo emso kan hobi ye chairman Abronye on so kan bi nti MPP ni NDC ni na obon say ebi mu wo a omo say committee ni hu to ni say omo be hye saa de na parliament so ni hu to nti omo mungu ansana ye wo enkofo both in MPP and NDC omo so madwen and say allowances are 7 there. In fact, both NPP, NDC, and even some independent people say allowances are 7. So, a Juma wife and as a spouse of a principal, I was say simple and not tiku and dama. Titi at the mom, no, you to me at the mom. We say Samakaya Shamima Muslim, respected journalist and women rights advocate, or China Dream. Semeka President Muhammad there no so na say mo kan say allowances ni the problem ni hu na mum salaries na problems ebe wo ho ntinka be ya pay independent emoluments ko nti adwen tire kakra wo ho ne to so mi ensa ene ne be bia gine ya first lady ni second lady omo say ansa na omo kun mu eba bedi akonwa no na omo ye adwuma boa ni padada say adwuma na ya de omo be koso aye ni omo no mbe sre bibi sense share da ho da
Ekosiisen
na se ndesansi share no eduru omo so a committee ne de koto parliament abaya kasa na nkofo kasa ne ade anye wei na sebe omo betena ho ma asemu ya twena bo so na adwuma pa omo ekun mu eye na adwuma omo nkasa omo ye no krampo no bi aba begu hfi ti anya nto a enye ntua ti awie ya me no kasa first lady ne krata ne check a chief of staff for say nso na munyi musika no be koso aye na adwuma som adwuma first lady e wo so ye en adwuma ni gwa fanu hona me de masen bi wi ye wo de a ono ankasa fa to no ho so obeye eno de oye no with the Rebecca Foundation o si into we hu nyema o si wo hospitals bi okro ne mo amoni paset kwa me boaten ye oye piku wo kolebu oye we wo konfa no chi nyema ko ye no de ono ne foundation nye no po ne ye ka. But a Juma as a spouse of the head of state, or yet dead. In fact, spouse of head of state, they are one of the leading, and I use this expression loosely, diplomats. Many Kofofia Manone Ba Aisha Komai no Moody, Bioha, or Moko has a say also can be near Conan Penifon Kotana, Musumboka, Koyambo, as any money now. I do a Becos why
Ekosiisen on Asempa
FM. And she say a committee near the core parliament and I go for winning now. But it is obisa me we and yes any buafu if I may nra me ne papa mu me call office and nra by 4:30 and run okra na nkofo tene so esre giniema say yi obi anakoma nse surgery ti hu sika be ya $100,000 ni ade ba ma me ntumi nso yemu o kwan obe fresh obi ya ntumi mwana nkofo ntumi nso na se na enura nyina na ogusu ye na adwuma ntinye bufu ana bibi na mo point ne say no yes anema we nyina deda ansa na ni kumba bedi akonwa senhihye ya da ho deda no enne eduru no so no ye kwa kofa kasa ba enyenta.
Kojomi, we have 2 questions. First, on parliamentary approval. No, many colleague Sami Okujetwa Blakwa Edin Komo, and he makes the point say that thing about say parliament I'm approval, can I was see a sign training because as far as he is concerned, no such approval happened or no parliament when any committee report be onim time as approval and course, and in the coming days he will put out more information to prove say there was no such approval obekanda in afa ho also a parliamentary
challenge me na me argument among political because as are not me supporters abegina mechi na onone supporters akwa gina nechi enko yanim obi we central ni and the Ghana your Right to Information Act will be to me a krata a Speaker of Parliament as a matter of RTI request. So whether or not the 7th Parliament approve ya in Tiamwa committee report na a simple matter. So brana bibisa whether or not the 7th Parliament approve ya in Tiamwa committee report na and what was recommended for the executive.
You were part of the 7th Parliament, and in him said before say approval be because say report no bar the standard practice say was say MPB enya copy. Unya copy of the report.
May I have seen a copy of the report? You call committee of the whole meeting. Echo through all the key issues are na Tony, meaning penning for a casa on both sides on the floor. Oh, am I yen said Nasama Babontinti. Obi Baba pretend they say and say.
There is one thing.
Whether or not Parliament approved it, any debate between some enemy, a matter of record. To the tro, baby speaker say open Parliament and my answer, and nothing pass the right to information. So that need to be a debate between we say. Say ya in Tiamwa committee report because report when it is approved that Mr. Speaker is certified no a transmitted letter edico. Chorobra bibisa say ECNC. Simple matter.
That is something we'll take up. But now me person me busa say okay say you've seen the report need different from you being given a copy of the report as the standard practice no demands.
I have seen a copy of the report. I was given a copy of the report.
You were given a copy of the report. Okay.
But the the real matter you're asking is, Parliament approve. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, that's what he says.
And I make us say, no say me say we one kasa will be Mr. Speaker. Say ya in Tiamwa committee report no. 7th Parliament approve ya na say ya approve. It's a matter of record. I say to ubenya a transmitter letter or transmitter call executive say this was a parliament anytime parliament approves something krata de call even bill pass a bill we answer na president be assent speaker krata transmitted the call to certify say we in a parliament are passing into assent to it there into any say will be say me say what the patch of Mr. Speaker and find out. It's a matter of public record.
Because the other thing, and I'll take you to the report itself, Professor Yain Tiamwa Bedu Committee report. It's also under recommendations, the part that speaks to spouses of sitting and former president and vice president. Spouses of sitting and former president and vice president should be catered for by the state as part of privileges extended to the president and vice president. The administration of President Kufuor introduced the extension of courtesies, including the payment of monthly allowances to spouses of former heads of states, president, vice president. Subsequent administrations have continued the gesture and even extended them to incumbent first and second ladies. The gesture remains purely humanitarian to support and in some cases rehabilitate former first ladies who were evidently struggling to subsist. However, there is no legal basis for this support. Thus, the committee recommends that the support extended to spouses of presidents, former president, vice president, former vice president be regularized and included in the privileges of president, former president, vice president, former vice president. We have accordingly included these allowances at same level as currently pertains in Table 7.3A and B on privileges, benefit and facilities for the president and vice president. Say uko ekokoshe table na. The table says under privileges for the president, for example, let me get it na Abua education. Under privilege for the president, spouse of the president, say payment of a salary equivalent to a cabinet minister MP as currently pertains, and or out of office there, say payment of a salary equivalent to 80% of salary of a minister of state MP if spouse served one full term as president, or 100% of salary of a minister of state MP if spouse served 2 or more full terms as president. Say OSHA recommendation here, it is clear. So with the allowances paid to them, no, and no ena OSHA regularize na fee or they are to the proper way was it here at the Emma one. Ain't he say, and me take commentary na kojo about allowances ni payment na. I don't find a lot of people have problems with that. I think the regularization, no, and pegging it at the level of a cabinet minister and kofo problem. Oh, really? Okay.
I'm interrupt too. I say, me no nyadring.
Okay.
Me adie by yes, we are a service across the country.
Mm-hmm.
First thing in what you have read and said, they say no kwena bededi, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding repetitive, but a important say be repeated. No chna 70 will be akai. And try the kind beda on things President Akufo-Addo NSC into yere any Hajia Samira salary. One said they are kind ye, and what kind of Ghana for Nina says Assembly and there are someone in say you brush over. Not just say a jump on next one. No, any can't assembly about the kind of cry into say meeting ye. Into first thing ya what kind ye. To say what kind the ya in tier one committee no more recommend the report now what kind
yes.
Say omo and the recommend say Adiana ye no 2001 and so bisa Oman 2001 transition committee no so a recommendation from the Rawlings administration. President Kufuor 2001 said yes or no buy no bonus misadi we fiase. A recommendation a buy a government is continuous or peke you fiase the Babisi Samri and this committee recommend the core parliament and they are critical. We may sound repetitive but important. But utie and commona a bimo any committee no any parliament a yajin. And I may refer to some of the publications and the makaya a bimo any committee no any parliament a yajin.
Asempa FM.
A bimo so any committee no any parliament a yajin. Or more any committee in parliament a yajin. Me, from memory research, the majority of them, and yes, a salary and a allowance, and a regularization and then a regularization. I know they respectfully the majority of them, and it say, one who be in tier was say spouses of the heads of state. And was say a bino a support to them financially. So Ubemano Busumi be now a friend allowance. So Ubemano Busumi and San no a friend no and I say Ubemano Busumi be no friend salary. So Ubemano Busumi and San no a friend allowance said they a kubunkumo a banning for ya the corona say a bain sika and I de air mom say Jumo Muyano or mo and so we mo and fe and mo or mo into mo and now mo fen so o the value for my name committee no any parliament and the value is the same. It is will be bejina say maybe the amedi na allowance into any problem in you. Now we na salary na problem one more any committee in no. The majority of them, that is not the argument. The majority of them, at least per the feedback survey, the majority of them are the principle no and what it means in say what's all mind being home says so spouses of your principals idea was say
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Edu abribia ye de so omasin ana se nya de wo se ye baby o man na dwen bekwa ko gina bia we did say o man no betumi adwendwen ho akọ enna me no ka say de nhihye ya na wo ho de da a committee no ka say yen regularize your parliament edi2 oba penny Rebecca Akufo-Addo oba penny Samira Bawumia o mo say enye wei na be ma obi aba beto ho ayampia nti omo dia committee recommend ya assessing and omo bo figures ni na omo mfentite omo bo figures ni na amenu ka say first lady actual crata ko say chief of staff me check ni so in fact mate and me hu social media say ebi mo crampo chro say ene a principle ni ye ade a yesi yanyin tumu a ni obi an refunding ni Minim say no social media.
Yeah, I've seen those comments now.
And Kofo Bibri, I've seen several comments and Obian refunding it. The principle ninya Obian refunding it. Na me hu bi mo so omoka se debi. Mema yemfa ahopepre ntu mampam meka. Yensi abotre na yensese asem ne se besi panico ni haban. Say nti ampa say yesi your principals no spouses ma buying and so much in anywhere na baby your mind better na adwea could be me believe say so mine decided so many ya into one committee enya adwea me did say o me decided so many ya adwea enu ye baby o mine adwea kwa kusi democracy there it evolves from time to time.
But do you support more say former first ladies and so refund your more allowances?
Well, say no, it's now a matter that is partly before the court. I mean, sub judice. What I can tell you as a matter of fact, they say committee. Maybe they may then say, "This will be who say nyaku void ne kan committee ne kan asem na parliament ne ne yadwin." Say na MPP be so ka say na parliament no on kaya na hu ana bibia hwe asem ba nya fi na ba be ye you hu afi. No crane is a matter of public record. So mine say or mine no committee ne parliament in yadwin. There's nothing wrong with it. Or mine be to express it. The position and moving forward, near decided so mine will say yes, say a day near yen of 2001, basic 2020, na basic 20 we say no. Say ye nine yebium, until be crampo will be our benefit be a crampon fembra. That's fair, or mine a bit to me and sir.
Yeah, but aggregate of individual opinions, never be your mine opinion. What is that your individual opinion on this?
I'm not speaking as an individual. I will frame in my capacity as Minister for Information. And I'm giving you the official information, baby. Now, after public debate, I won't get into the public debate. But the American say, and baby, Gina, I think said the conversation, no, a healthy conversation, I was said to us, said, mine, the agency him for, and baby, your mind be decided I could be anyway fine. So mine, case or disagree with the NTM committee and the 7th parliament. That's fine. Now, is it every time that Parliament or the committee will get it right? And every time now, I'm getting it right. But you feel no, give a media who and answer media. No, Parliament take a decision. Committee no, at the recommendation by Parliament G2. So mine say, or money Parliament in Yadria. That's okay. But a more being pretend they say, or no, dear, no, nya where and I say, no, only one I be dead. So mine also SSC, no, mine castle, you afraid Juma spouses of principals, a year. And your mom foundational, but a Juma crowd, ye, and no po, be ya. You should say, they are, if you are say, if it's 2001, be seen then, and ya de pa, in fact, and no command, make a democracy, young legislative, Juma, so obey, and Tino, you do to this level. Now, man, may back and forth back, and also, you are another angle we can go. May in Komoya,
yeah, I think you've made that point. My Musa question. Yes.
But they are tosumi no the ntie bi mu akọ court eno so yate ase they tosumi ensa ye ma menum me no mo say enyentua and afi bi mo ka say ene nkaifo nyina so mpom sika mbra. But I think so also mine no I have all this conversation settle on my dream baby on my person
ebia ka say former certain first lady are refunding allowances there. Other benefits and so a state now extended to her. So for the want of a better expression, charged on the consolidated fund, i.e. security detail, and the office, setting up the office, and also on returning my state. You've heard that. Or reaction bear then?
Because you're charged to consolidated fund, your own person will have anything to do with the consolidated fund. One can say that.
Yeah, but the principle.
No, that's not the principle. Sebi Otiwe Otiwa first lady. Nti Ochina no pa any di mu na ono enam sa.
Ekosiisen on
Asempa
FM.
Ewa sudie say ye bebo no ba nyo no nko a former first lady. So me crampo de bia me argue say former attorney generals bi opa. I will say even though omu party kura ni power neno. I will say ye hia some say ye be mom security protection. Obi oho a na penso were daily and notorious well-known criminal. And ebusuafo a na say nkofo nya ne na on be ne bone. Ni e jano no nam sa se former attorney general. Meaning former attorney general be up till
Asempa FM.
Up till he literally lives in fantasy fear because we near Bemu. But onona penso, one of the country's notorious drug criminals was jailed literally at his own prosecution. So only police protection pool. It is not a matter of consolidated fund or not. There be a question of personal benefits and a personal compensation be no ya appropriate amano. And then one ko basem and say there be I believe say I was say a man of security protection and or a former first lady
on Asempa
I was say man of security protection and now a idea I was say me my dream a idea was say the security protection and here me can put them say not just to be to say former first lady, former attorney general, be a former IGP and no retirement into retirement into any janus tina penso nkofo bi ochi wom tu mu ana decisions bi a that were taken at that time will be constitution so and na bia why na best we bia na say bibia na ye ne den. So the matters are more nuanced than a simplistic isa, but like I keep coming back to no some me and sunny hear me and na there say nya na do na ka say nkotu ya na your salary and na there the nti bi mu court and na there say oba penny Rebecca and Samira almost say bi nya we nti na obi ebe toto ayampia form ho na be didi omukum mu atem enti yemfa enkotwere babia etwere ena ne nkomo so afi ase ese ni obi bia waji bibia no onfamra medi hia me ne se Ghana for beto ankomo no so na babia Ghana for pesa asem no ipuma sibre ya de twere no
na ya de atwere ojo me final question and based on message bia regional chairman of the NDC Greater Accra chairman at the Koka Ede Abba Ose Obi and he sends the latest letter to the chief of staff from the office of the first lady and attached Nodiaka say so this is to prove how rich our first lady has become within 5 years. What work does she do to have this money sitting in her account? Did she keep the allowance in the bank without touching it? Chairman of the Cook Canada message way Abba, what will be your response to him? Kojo.
Politics na ya say at every point in time say because here o man no me hu kwan o me fa so tin compost no nyi ni se nkomo an Ghana for di no with the greatest of respect to me ofa nyi ni say ene nkomo Ghana for di na uko social media nkomo Ghana for di ni say so ba penny Samira ba penny Rebecca do mo dia bank I for ni dia we wo be kan na me feel say nka me ofa di statement no answer that question and any message answer that question no answer that question no minimum MPs be ministers be o market to yakrampo no o munni obi tizo ura ken for yata so na ketu yakrampo no nyi bi minimum be wo ho a omo market ya no krampo no omo ndi because e bi answer na obeba ne politics mo no sebe ode ne ho kakra answer na oba ti se wetu ya ne ka Ekosiisen na afia na mfie na se asema ba ono se so mji wade a is that the new conversation say nteche say o say aska we da hodeda na minyi ni se conversation mi gidi say ne ye kanu krepa ofade pacho utimia conversation and kofu di ni say so ba Penny Samira oba Penny Rebecca edo omo de aba na nkaifo ne ye omo den gidi pa say nka wode ehum wa ye ba ya nka nkomo ya yedi ye bekọ na nke biu nka wa nkasa so wofade wa boa yen say nti ya de wo say oman no eya na say ni so oman ne ye me differentiation between salary and allowance because Miss why am afọ na otie nyina say tie ye ewia no ewie otie ye no. The question on her mind is not the name of Sikana Yadiamani Pakon. It's a question of the principle. So also minor.
But won't it be a legitimate question for anybody to ask? Say, your first lady, apart from the humanitarian Nyoma or ye name any known business beer or running, and where allowance Yadiamani since 2017. Is this something a good account more one fan in Sankana?
OBA. Me say the legitimate question and they we nkofo bisa ne say so ba Penny Rebecca any oba Penny Samira
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM
kaifo no so in all humility say ne wo social media na wo hwehwe nkomo nkofo dia me answer 1 hour ago me enter me committee meeting was say na me pin no be say nkomo nkofo di e ma yen change go post no na rather no yen focus on the substantive question, and there's a substantive question yen answer a idea was so mine ya na say ni enya idea was so mine ye ni din whether salary or allowance you this uncommon we no mine no kire na din we ya ni hu ni pomasi bre e my man be change go post no say again this kind of file here no and then come on go food on social media no
enti chairman adokweka wa where you over the bar on
chairman they say me am ofa chairman is afum kwan.
But for the purist, I want to say, hey, wait a minute, we would have to still dig. Now your first lady, and this is almost 1 million Ghana cedis. Onya says can if he obi will ask a question. No, why isn't that legitimate?
My politics in tea. Sebe ubia ujina ni baby and sana ode no ho ba before politics in tea no. So china ode sikasha ni sana so ode usika ama na fi na oba be
say on Asempa FM
kunya fi here no kunya fi hemfa wo de usika ama no say juma oye no yeti obi aka onfa enka de ono so de ye ho na asema ko ba no si so na je usika in koma koso in this country and we be me 20 times
and one hour back
20 times in koma koso no say so oba Penny Rebecca de ne de aba oba Penny Samira edini diaba nankaifo ne eni nkoma ekoso
and I'll throw that question back to you in the nkaifo ne omonya den
me de Sebi Makacho, I'll not get into some of those conversations. I can tell you what my feedback tells me about nkomo ekoso Makacho se nkomo ayi bi na niema 4 na medanya me asiwo no krena bededi sa akufo ado anye sa ada ontumi so nye sa ada omo and obi mesre say ye in central for even titru MPP for asem ye ba MPP for bebre o wa ba e kra no mo fi ase bu aten e wa bra no mo nti asem no mu ye ye man panin na ya gi na di from opposition days to power no on say on yes ada and then okra na bededi say nyo no ya nti amama for committee and a 7th parliament and a
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM
me eno ni asem a ene me kofi a me yire ni me ma me san kwa kutim biom dia che obi ti me eno ni first thing. Second thing ene say oba Penny Rebecca oba Penny Samira omo se omo de ababak e ade wo ho deda ye de omo de ma om se na asem aba ho a enye no nti no mbe ye adwuma no eni dim omo de Ghana aban e de ama wo e to so me ensa Ghana for bibiri bisa se so omo de aba
Asempa FM
enye ma dede ba so eye ma kokoba na enye ma kwadwa so eye ma kwaku ana bigidi se ne nkomo a ewie na no pani ade nyina ekoso ansa na de twato no de Kamesrɛ say yedi ye kɔ enim mo sentwerɛfoɔ no momma ɔman no have saa conversation no dispassionately say so idea was ɔman no ɛyɛ anase ni say say salary or allowance ɔman no to adwin bi na sɛ mu sɛ anase nyina hu sɛ Ghanafoɔ ɛte aseɛ sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ yɛ so ɔmo asen a jojo Ghanafoɔ to adwin bi no ka sɛ dabi ɛnya de ɛwɔ sɛ yɛ so ɔmo asen a jojo the hia ne sɛ entrodi kan beto mu no sɛ nyame adom efrimba
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM. But in government cycles no idea more drain who say okay to avoid all this brouhaha ebia arrangement and also yetua allowances the ama former first ladies near the and starting ewo ho in momo seg mo drain was afi yenyim free okra na obi antena ne ba bi nwen no
medical culture say ban the question of emolument enya ban ni decide the emolument.
No, I'm talking specifically on the allowances, no?
I know, but I'm making an argument of principle. So I made decide I school, ubisa say school no send it here. I shouldn't rush myself into answering that question because then you're buying cranny determine emolument of members of the executive. A independent committee, who kind of constitution now, there's a committee. Now say me who say ebi muso yen create independent committee. Ebi amena me law na part of our constitution na kind. There's a committee.
Yes.
That the
Article 71(2), I think.
Set up.
Yeah.
Ombe consulted bibre. Omu wiya obi nchrom recommendation ma omu anechrom recommendation. Omu wiya in the wisdom of the framers of our constitution. Normally say report, normally a co-parliament. Any executive may be decided. Parliament would be a fancy situation where parliament, no, the executive is not the majority in parliament. And I mean, okay, speaker, you know, parliament has a free MPP.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, according to Yemi NDC4, according to them, almost winning majority in parliament. I find out and you know, some are being litigated, no problem. To fancy a situation where that is the case. I want to say the framers of your constitution, Sebi, Oman Chona Trasa. There's a lot of thinking that went behind it. In the independent committee, I almost the better parliament. Parliament, and if you not say, or no more yadrian, or approval, or approve, say, or no more yadrian. Obekachom said, Debbie, we say there.
No, Kojo, are you by this saying, says a committee in Rio Majumana, the report moves straight from the committee to parliament, and as it go through the presidency answer? I'm a president, and so because he set up the committee.
Well, whether he sees it or doesn't see it, he can't add one dot to it. I don't think it's an issue. He can add it, and not him, and not her to it. A committee in the report about parliament. As to who ferries it, for me, is not really the issue in question here. Parliament will be decided to way upon IMP. And there have actually been instances where parliament has disagreed with some of the recommendations of some of the
Asempa FM.
And you know, the system as we have it now, I think what is rather a legitimate critique of the system, say, the Ebimo friend scratch my back, make I scratch your back. Say, parliamentary executive need an executive, not a parliament there. Inti akoye say, adanko dada do you scratch my back, make I scratch your back. Me who be more recommendation or moka say enunti no yen keep committee no but emaye no subject to sad dual approval limits no or me say first what kind of no say in it but genuine criticism in into to say yes say ya let me cry no I agree but who be ditro cookie up story because who person Akufo-Addo no hear hinti say Akufo-Addo akoye krata say yen go to an yereka no cry no a dance a boy, a bed dead in Kakanka. If you baby, I only on my baby, or mine of Pesa, some on the Puma Sibre corner, which is a baby a becopia. I think it's fine.
The Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, ma ye nasi bibi any ebeba bidin komobio. Why? Yeah, that's a pa. He's the information minister and the presidential spokesperson, Kojo Opon Nkrumah, and Amotesi Eneno Edin Komo MP of Wasi Ayerebi. But Unim said when this issue broke, two MPs from the minority side, plus one Ghanaian citizen Echo Supreme Court at the writ Echo Kotoho, and written amongst other things, invoked the original jurisdiction of the court. Say, many interpretations be on Article 71, especially, and some other articles in the Constitution. Now, Honorable Clement Apak Ekaho Belsa South, Mrashe Bejeni, Vimate.
Sharp.
Na apomu ya de.
Oh, nyame adom me hu ye. I have to say sitting, but some komo ye hu ya. I say no echi no yentumi enin komo.
Yeah, yentumi enin komo ni.
Since then there've been a few more developments.
Yeah.
Eti me pie kakra say ye beto ato adwen. Ye nyina omano nkanko. Ene na ye ene epe. Eti ne nyina ye adwuma ne bia.
Following the development, the first lady let her the second lady are you minded to want to withdraw Asempa what they call Supreme Court? Because since you say a moot.
Actually, a moot. It's mau in way tia Asempa ye free court. The entire ye free court in Asempa FM. Once that recommendation still remains, regardless of the express intent by First Lady, Madame Rebecca Akufo-Addo, and the Second Lady, Madame Samira Bawumia, say, Bibi Biara, Professor Ya Nti Amobuedu report no, aketse yemfa mo mpeno. Yen to me, engina di omo aka nti enkase sana ebeba no pepepe. Because we are speaking about officialdom, documentation, and legality. And in principle, no, unless the court pronounces on the matter, they saying it's would not carry any weight. Because if the court does not pronounce, as we are hoping for, say, the committee went beyond its remit, and that the committee didn't have the locus to have roped in the first and second ladies and to assign or suggest a particular rate of remuneration at the rate of cabinet minister MP for the first lady per month and cabinet minister non-MP for the second lady per month. And he said something they are court. And so it must be made clear. So we expect that the court will pronounce and to declare that recommendation as null and void and without effect. And yes, sir, whether Madame Rebecca Akufo-Addo and Madame Bawumia will reject it or not, as a matter of law, it will still stand. And if not them, any future first lady would be a beneficiary of an illegality.
It will still stand not because a committee has recommended same. It will stand because the Parliament of Ghana approve a committee report. Ain't more anamoka approval process na your locus in this matter our court no and you're interested now.
Well, sir, me a citizen and I'm a member of Parliament. And it's within my rights to take any action anytime I deem it necessary in the national interest. Particularly so when I become intimately aware. So that particular recommendation was against the word and letter of the Constitution as far as Article 71 is concerned. But Obi, let's be honest. Parliament as an institution is also subject to making mistakes. This would not be, and this would not be the last time or the first time that something has come to Parliament and has received approval. Later on, nanka emise yemane passe. Even the government of the day, several bills have come. Some of them have even been passed to law, and they have been withdrawn. So though I was not part of the sitting that approved it, given the time and the day it happened, on the 6th of January 2021, I so accept the critique that this ought not to have passed. But that does not negate my right to act as a citizen and a member of parliament in challenging matter. I mean, Migidi said is against the constitution as far as the interpretation of Article 71, in my opinion, is concerned. So I'm so justified. And I think that the reaction from Ghanaians indicates that the action that we have instituted is in the right direction.
On the 6th of January, on that fateful day, one parliament.
Menkai, I've never even seen the report. I can tell you, and I'm being truthful, as the motto of Commonwealth stands, true stands. Up until this issue came up, I had not seen this report. I have not read it until recently, and I didn't participate in this approval. But I'm a member of parliament. But once it is indicated that it came to parliament and was approved, well and good.
But issue ne ba up no what could fire be a hands na share on that day who say indeed approval be sa so.
Well, meaning sir you penny for ne be e di komo. And I know that some members on our side are on record and they have been quoted to have raised objections to that issue. But I was not there. I didn't see the report and I didn't participate in the approval. So I am not challenging the fact that Parliament has approved it. But the point I'm making is that does not negate my right to seek redress if I feel that something that Parliament has approved is unlawful.
The other thing about the legality of the committee's recommendation, because okay committee report now, and minim says subsequently, and even before filing your writ at the Supreme Court, no, munya kwai afe go through committee report no eye.
Yes, I read it. I know, for example, that the recommendations, there's a section on recommendations, and I know, for example, that the specific recommendation to do with the first and second lady is captured in page 61. And I know that there is a table 7.2, table 7.3, which indicates the level of remuneration to go to the first and second ladies. So yes, I've read the document.
Okay. In that document, no, the committee referred to this whole allowance payment and when it started, and they make the points. The administration of President Kufuor introduced the extension of KETSIs and operative Weni extension of KETSIs, including the payment of monthly allowances to spouses of former heads of state, president, vice president. Subsequent administrations have continued the gesture and even extended them to incumbent first and second ladies. The gesture remains purely humanitarian to support and, in some cases, rehabilitate former first ladies who were evidently struggling to subsist. However, there is no legal basis for this support. Thus, the committee recommends that the support extended to spouses of president, former president, vice president, and former vice president be regularized and included in the privileges of president, former president, vice president, former vice president. It still a continuation of the extension to the privileges that call president, the former president, and a former vice president, the current vice president, Hodada. It is a kind here. It doesn't speak to seeing first ladies and second ladies as a stand-alone office holders under Article 71. For which reason Amumo court CC and
Obi, that is why we are in court, because it's subject to interpretation and it depends on where you sit. What you have read by implication clearly presupposes that it has to do with Article 71.
On Asempa FM.
And I agree with the committee in as far as the historic background is concerned. And you see, the basis for our action is not that we don't believe that first ladies present and past should not be supported. It is the method and the approach that has been recommended by the current report in question that we believe is not in consonance with the word and letter of Article 71.
But what is wrong with the approach and the method? Because in Kase Muntia or Moka as Article 71 office holders, or say the Amodema or Mukunu nomono, and Amoma more extended, said the with allowances, and now more extended, now any regularized or formalized salaries a year at the amount. What's wrong with that?
If you go to table 7.2 and 7.3,
yes,
you look at the details.
Yes,
it has been outlined specifically at a rate on a comparative basis.
Payment of a salary equivalent to a cabinet minister MP as currently pertains. That's to the first lady.
How is that an allowance?
No, I can't say allowance.
It says a salary. It's specific.
Yes.
Previously, it wasn't a salary. It was an allowance.
Asempa FM.
So we don't see the reason why this should be in the first place. There is no reason why the old status quo should not be maintained. If as a nation we feel that it is time for us to pay our first ladies, let's have that conversation and create the appropriate lawful avenues to do so. We shouldn't try to piggyback on Article 71. That is our case.
Okay. And the debate about extension of courtesies and privileges to the president, and ebi enka omono. And do you still stand by the fact that they are being treated as Article 71 office holders?
The extension of those privileges have always been granted them. That is why all the first ladies present and past of the Fourth Republic have always received support. As the committee itself indicated, humanitarian, if we feel that we don't want that to happen, let's look at a separate, independent way of rewarding our first ladies. We shouldn't try to attach it on anything to do with Article 71. It's as simple as that. Unless, of course, we want to amend Article 71, which is an entrenched clause.
Ekosiisen on Asempa.
My final question, V-Mate, and is as we speak, former sitting first lady office are responding. Say or more air refunded. Even they are rejecting the recommendation from the Professor Yain Tiamwabedu committee on salaries, and even allowances now. Historically, who say na ubiaji that and almost sign are refunded. They've been called the former first lady should follow suit. In this case, Lordina Mahama. Ojen Hossein.
I have bogus call.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Of course, in the first place, the case in point, the public discourse is not around the regular allowances that they have received for the past 4 years, which was what their predecessors also received. That is not in contention. So the decision to refund those monies, are purely voluntary. Nobody is under compulsion to refund any monies.
No,
so
but the public, the public outcry, on say it is really about the charge on the public purse. Say people don't even see why. Say former first lady or a certain first lady, and what's the money even an allowance because it is still a charge on the consolidated fund. Yes, other neoma. And on that principle, that's on one refunding it there. Why should the former first lady still as her allowances even when she's out of office? Man allowances, no. Why shouldn't he refund hers?
What they have received is lawful. It is recognized. It was never a source of controversy. And so if these two have decided to refund it, well and good. But that cannot be a basis to say, Madam Kunedu Ajima Rollins, Madam Teresa Kufuor, Madam Lordina Mahama should refund the legitimate, recognized, lawful allowances that they have received over the period. We should not mix apples with oranges. The two issues are not the same. And it is not today that we have had first ladies. And we would always continue to have them. Ask yourself, how come these former first ladies have been in office, have received all these allowances, and there was never this controversy until the present? And what is the basis of the current controversy? The decision by a committee which went beyond its boundaries to make recommendations that border on Article 71. Pure and simple. So let's keep the issues where they belong. We shouldn't try to muddy the waters for political expediency or gain.
If you read the last committee report before this current committee report, the committee at the time, I think the Bwanda committee or so, made some recommendations, and one of them was under benefit of spouses of former president. The existing administrative arrangement for the payment of benefit to spouses of former president should be formalized. That was their recommendation. Chapter 6 under recommendations, page 33. That point now is clearly there. And this current committee also a review past, report from emolument committees, and they arrived at their recommendation. And from Wena Mekaima, they made the point, say, the allowances na yitria Emma won sense for time, had no legal basis. And that's why I know more recommended for its formalization. And the worker said, more generally lawful. It runs at variant to the committee's recommendation of Parliament approval.
Well, Obi, that recommendation I don't disagree with. But formalizing it doesn't mean that you should create an avenue to subsume them under Article 71. There is no reason why we can't find an alternative way of formalizing whatever support, be it in the form of allowances or a salary for our first ladies outside of Article 71. It can be done. But we still maintain that they should not be presented as though they are public office holders as captured under Article 71. It's that simple. But we are not against support for first ladies past and present.
Let's see what the court will decide. We may nasi bibi ani ebesi aba bidin komobio. Why?
Very well.
The Honorable Clement Apark, MP Belsa South constituency, and amotesi ene no AD enkomo. Medane me ho aba me ba me hu Honorable ni Kwate Titus Glover ewa ha. Me hu Eric Ejay ewa ha. Omo be boy me the discussion segment no abremo. Very interesting conversations coming up. After this short break, Ekosiisen Suni, a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. And this show is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show. Medidio say on Asempa FM. Mami, na mouse, then a mouse, Eric J. Okay, I want to mama mouse. Ebe yo bu wade na enye wabufu. Oh, chale mo me hwa ade ma me na me de ye kra de. Ba Eric akwa ba na say.
Obi nyame adom na wonso.
Bi e koyi. Ahoden wo watare na efe.
O me da se.
Ah na wo de hu se efe.
Obi nyame adom bibi aboko. Ye koye press conference isi ana.
Yeah.
I'm saying the mo ntimi amfa.
Yentimi amfa. But I think I've gotten the statement maybe and we'll go into it.
Oh, that's good.
After this short break. Oh, kakranka. Nyame adom ya.
Manfo bodi. Manfo bodi. Nti koso na ye adwuma ni.
Eric Ejay.
Philip Osei.
No way too much. Me basi see Ekosiisen Suni na yatwa. Stay with us.
So who officer day now kanya utumi luzu bibia bi enu nti na Edu Motors ewo ho wo ka ya dada uni sika pudu adbeto foforo a ko Edu Motors ono be yen hyehyɛ ama o ka foforo for driver's license 2 passport pictures and 2 guarantors omuni wachi enko Edu Motors netua 10% of car na opene bo why ka o na wie ni aka no obetua no small Edu Motors dia ho to aba insurance no obetwa ma free na se we engine no kra say a omo ba ko asem free Mikakoye head office ewo Kaswa Widiba Road Barrier Junction baby awa na howa me patoji number we ne frɛ je betche Edu Motors branch ebe wo no akwaje wo ka
0575 047 303 ana 0550 342 562
Edu Motors, your light has car.
Yara Ghana, ne famu shachirana. Sembetimi atwa ya metrata. Enam sika menye free me harvest mu afinti. Yara beta. Pardon no. Mira. Yes odo. Afen na ye be yesika fo pa. Yes Jessica via. Eja mutiri nko. Ye chidase. Okuani bia da yeso na be mu amamu no. Na me so me de ni metumi edu sam pempenso we. Se wote se meka Yara beta crop lift bow. Ai. Eye foliar fertilizer. Fertilizer. E what nutrients? It is NPK, e be zinc ne boron. num ya ebuama enobaya su yie.
Wobetimi de Yara Vita egugu crops ahodo te say tomatoes, meko, mango, ekutu ni cereals so.
Me wife kura ni mu. Ya simple. Yara Vita wo huna enye ya. Wobetimi de afra agrochemical foforo e de boss spray. Age herbicides. Any weedicides pe enenka ho. Woya Yara Vita. Say be ya fertilizer no kura betimi awura leaves anase haba no nyina mu amobia ayi na dwuma yie.
Na menye bia to he.
Ubenya Yara Vita crop lift bio. Ewo accredited dealers. O Ghana fana nyina. Dodo afre Yara Ghana 0302 779 854.
Sɛ wo pɛ sɛ wo hohoro mframaja kyɛnsen anaa tank mu a fa nsuo gu mu ma no nyɛma wei bɛma mframaja biara a aka kyɛnsen no mu apue na ahwie nsuo ni free kyɛnsen no mu ɛwɔ sɛ nea ɔbɛhohoro mframaja kyɛnsen no mu hyɛ ntadeɛ bi a ɛbɛbɔ ne ho ban bi te sɛ mpaboa ahwehwɛniwa mframaja nkatanim ɛne biribi a ɛbɛbɔ ne nsa ho ban ɛwɔ sɛ LPG ahyɛn etumi nya kɔkɔbɔ nneɛma bi te sɛ nkane ana se kokobo atwerede ewo se yeta ihwe hunu se chansen na yede kora mframaja ne ho baabiara enwe na ache ana enseye ehunu biribi saa a ewo se yefrɛ ehun nimdifo nkratoyi efri National Petroleum Authority aswe.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita Miami K. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you.
Oh, say Ecobank, yeah, cruising.
Once you bet me a cruise, one casa okay. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Packaging T. Koyen cardless, I would do PI no 1 year, Juma baby. Ye can't dawakuma. Say new car, say yes, second hand. Why your mouse special discounts. Ecobank side and she share pabe boa with your can who can you na. Your mount interest rate and it from cry. Ebe brimweni so. Oh, so when your accounts work Bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye da homo bia. NTN so saka no da ekeke. Abebwe ye. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Esi kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Ensuo mankwa, ensuo yenkwa. Nom Awake purified drinking water. Abudun swa eye krojin. Ensuo ne ma wa hodede tena ho abribia. Kai se Awake bottle ba ku bi a wo beto no. Ye sika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Nkratoi FD ahwehwemagia tum se eye.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, adani mi wie yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contractor non so say. Me feni na enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pa, wo dwen ho sen.
The contractor no nimnia ko. Ghana had a ban quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard and a POP ceiling dia. Aye rocksters. Enfie be brain in a rocksters. Adi roofing sheet papa and ho aka dia. Asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Enia du fudi achi na nkotwa de bon ne Sundache. Fre 0544 338041. Say your metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and a POP ceiling dia. Fre rocksters na won chawuntum.
Yara Ghana. Asempa FM. Semetimi atwa mi ametrata. Enem sika me nye free me harvest mu afi nti. Yara Vita. Pardon no. Miura. Yes or no.
Afi na ye be sika for pa.
Yes sika via.
Eja mutiri nko.
Ye tidase.
Okuani bia da yeso na abemu amamu no. Na me so me de ni metumi edu sam pempenso we.
Say what is meka Yara Vita crop lift bow.
Aye.
A foliar fertilizer. Fertilizer e what nutrients. It is NPK e be zinc ne boron ya ebuama enobaya su yie.
Wobetimi de Yara Vita egugu crops ahodo te say tomatoes, meko, mango, ekutu ni cereals so.
Me wife kura ni mu. Ya simple. Yara Vita wo huna enye ya. Wobetimi de afra agrochemical foforo e de boss spray. Age herbicides. Any weedicides pe enenka ho. Woya Yara Vita. Say de be ya fertilizer no kura betimi awura leaves anase haba no nyina mu amobia ayi na dwuma yie.
Na menye bia to he.
Ubenya Yara Vita crop lift bow. Ewo accredited dealers. O Ghana for Nanyina. Dodo Afre Yara Ghana 0302 779 854.
Hey, it's me pan and Mikita Miami. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Oh, say Ecobank, yeah, cruisy.
Monso bet me a cruise one kasa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen card dealers ahudu PI no one year juma bebia. Yika da wakumaso. Say a new car, say yes second hand. Ewa your mouse special discounts. Ecobank side and she share pabe boa with your car no kenyina. Your mount interest rate and boa from cry. Ebe brimweni so. Oh, so when your accounts work Bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye da homo bia. Entien so saka no ho dae keke. Abebwe wie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Enshishe kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Sweet
Asempa FM.
My beautiful baby.
Hepa Plus mixture ya ebusinya num ebusi immune system. Abusumi pinyi obia enya rede. Ti ase emedo.
Tie Hepa Plus mixture enya dwuma ebeye no nipadua ni mo no afa kura na ebeye nwanwa mo aduro ye ma ye general well-being ebusua pomdin ho hia me yie esene bibia ebusua wotanum Hepa Plus mixture no won sesika hospitals wo save e dia de foforo entime ma no mpafie ha
she wo ye Hepa Plus husband
radio fa Hepa Plus husband enya won so beye Hepa Plus wife na bono Hepa Plus mixture apen for about mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni dumienu ka ho e pharmacies chemical and herbal shops at phone for 0542 778 572 and 0549 297 463 Hyper Plus mixer Emma Pomodina Mapa
FD Ashosha sa ejedi nkrato imu aja to me say eye.
Get digi with it. Get digi with it. On your mark, ready, set, let's go. CV, G Mobile, USSD, Young Co. Star 924 hash. Funko the go. Smartphone no, young phone no. Ever fire money transfer. For your water bill, for your light bill. Factor credit. Star 924 hash. You deserve it. Let's go. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash.
CBG is empowering you to get digi with CBG Mobile. Simply dial star 924 hash and get digi with it.
CBG, we stand with you.
Hey, it's me pan and Mikita Miami. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Oh, say Ecobank, yeah, cruisy.
Monso bet me a cruise one kasa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen card dealers ahudu PI no one year juma bebia. Yika da wakumaso. Say a new car, say yes second hand. Ewa your mouse special discounts. Ecobank side and share pabe boa with your car no kenyina. Your mount interest rate and from cry. Ebe brimweni so. Oh, so when your accounts work Bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye da homo bia. Entien so saka no ho dae keke. Abebwe wie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Enshishe kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
We know the dream is big. We know the passion gets you going. And you have the potential to make great strides. The Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, has always been an avid supporter of industry excellence and innovation. This is why we are excited to announce the CIMG Professional Marketing Qualifications. CIMG has designed practical courses to help you make that dream a reality right here in Ghana. We are geared up and ready to support you on this journey to becoming a world-class professional marketer. Register today and be on your way to greatness. For more information, call us on 055-274-6592. Visit our website www.cimghana.org or email us on info@cimghana.org. Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, working for Ghana.
Honey. It's office sa unkuwa na winim aqua taps food safe na. Salad ni nuya ba udini de piano. Aqua Aquatap full safe. And I'm a door home. I said with you.
Almost also Aquatap's water purification tablets. Omwa, Omode Ebulu Munsio, Efomunsio, Surunsio, any Sia, and one tea, a dear one dadum, Emfa or Haubia Embre. Osanko, they use Mopum with Dinsu in here yepa. And on Tinamato Aquatap surface disinfectant. Yet made the paper surfaces beer, Emma and Hote. Nunti hotels, restaurants, hospitals, sachet water manufacturers. And if you feel Aquatap's Abama Mose, and Beijing, it will form for Health Top Up Services Limited. I was 050-169-4275 Kumasi, and 020-907-7726 Accra, and 024-459-3381 Koforidua. Aquatabs were pharmacies, drugstores, and supermarkets. FDA Aji Ejadi Nkratui Atum.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung near, Nokia near, iPhone near, say our printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise offer our Nuani TV, digital television set, this satellite, any ultra panels, Abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise, Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayomwa, Edu Munija, Samsung at www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani Papa the Fuadosunti, Franco, Eddie Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemum, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Hacho, Franco, any Accra station, any MT and the DNMJ. Also, Wabe Ecobank, Accra, opposite Minaba building, and a La Paz and Suye opposite Tema station.
And our prayer numbers in Nani and Chauntum 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still, phone Papa Fie,
and you're not going.
So don't know. Ube pesa ube bohu bai. So don't pa. Ube pesa ube che. Na so don't wanka sankasa dia. And you now ube pesa ube jume yipa. Enti toke yipa. Yusu Castro, Abefu Edge, Magnatech, and TTS engine oils. Car Yefobit se Audi, Jaguar, Range Rover, VW, anywhere what did you work? Yemunina, Adjatum, and walk come for Mawo. Yasheta Ye Castro said your Bembo engine who by Efinachi, and ye Finina. And you start to Okanwa, pet, Nashasia, Boho by Wima Okan, Coquine Tinting, a Coquine Tinting, a side Coquine Tinting. Open Chichimua, for 0556 579 339. Castro dear, and yet oil keko.
Asempa FM.
It's time for the TCL Fala Friday. This Friday, 2nd July 2021, TCL is giving up to 50% discount on all items in their showrooms. This means every item you buy, including TVs, washing machines, air conditioners, fridges, and so much more, you get up to 50% discount. No long talk. Walk into any TCL showroom across the country and enjoy this amazing discount only on Fala Friday, or call 0202-698-398 or visit store.tclghana.com. TCL Fala Friday from TCL. TCL, the creative life.
That was so macho, Madi, Mira. Yana Udisa. Hey, na malaria na fahia mutu awaria momonia jisano.
Adum malakio mesha ewohwe malaria ent na yeso nchew.
Ye kwa ye test ebi mu pe anya num adum malakio mixture. Ani gina malaria, body weakness, your tiredness, your shim, ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adum natural tonic a esisi he nso ye.
Adum natural tonic nenso. Ye num to ya ye ntimi nidie. Eno na ya num bi edidi a ye ho tan ye sa no.
Adum natural tonic. Menya ni na mentimi die menum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa ene ya me pa biato ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne kwada wo ni fie du nsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to International School 024-2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedien krato emu age atum se eye. Wow. Aha Dania brochure.
Global lighting for lights. Any home accessories papa ne ball from Sunu. We're providing lighting solutions for more than 20 years. Wabamu pe na environment at a for Europe Niema, the highest standard in terms of quality. Ceiling lights, outdoor lights, chandeliers, wall lights, compound lights, LED panels, spotlights, braces and surface, switch and sockets, wiring cables, and the keka electricians, and the contractors at the year one projects no will free global light.
When are your friend ultra modern?
Papa B, street lights ni post now. Water one near ma was sunny ama with technical advice and after sales service. Sprintex 027-900-3066. Only textbook market div anymore. Osu Ari. Oman phone for 0302-769-382. One in my coffee house in the div anymore. And the Kumasi 0278-744-886. One in Palace Mall and the div anymore. Santas runabout.
Global lighting.
And Kania Pahinfi.
2021 population and housing census nipa ni adna kan djumadi na ekoso ansane ye hye nipa kan na se no census officials call approach rotro amade ya hyenso de guadan hodo wo ma anim ne ho san bisa nsemfu akakra fa nipa eti adan anim ne ho Ghana Statistical Service de anije de asede ma nipa eti o ma anim nyina ho san wa botre no wo mo a wo de boa ye bra ye di sa adwuma no say yentro wo fie ho ana yen kan wo ana wabusua freto free number 0800-426-426 ana 020-685-0157 ana 059-147-6893 ana 055-162-5567 ubetimi asende WhatsApp so no atro not listed ana not counted the asende 059-147-6884 2021 population and housing census nipa ni adan kan djumadi no wo sombo mien kan wo
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7. Asempa, Asempa. Upa Asempa tia. Utinu radio mupa odem 94.7. Asempa FM. Oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM. Everywhere you are. Asempa FM. Everywhere you go. Asempa, hey. Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
94.7 Asempa FM Suni. All talk all day. Ekosiisen djumadi no wasuguso a otie no ma yennamu nyina asese mwatwen yen yama yakọ aba yeramwase papa apanyame inshiramo se de medican kan ye no the honorable titles ni Kwate Glover ewa ha a obeboa yen ama yedi nkomo oye former MP Tema East constituency. Sounds na Eric J atnaso no ye
on Asempa FM.
Deputy Communications Officer ma NDC wo Bono region. But I said the American and there were a lot of messages I end to me unkind. This one says, unless we can make a compelling argument against the need to take care of our first and second ladies, there certainly will be monies to be paid to them for their upkeep and other things. Let's not confuse the issue. The allowances metamorphose into salaries, and that's what this issue is all about. As always, the NDC is lurking in the shadows, throwing deformed versions of the issue into the public space. Sunshine will come upon these matters soon enough for sanity to reign supreme. Prince Kamal Goma and Onodiwe Abraying. It's great that the controversy surrounding the salaries of the First Lady has been doused. Though the public is agitated by the allowances paid to all First and Second Ladies, I believe the First Lady has really set the pace. Whatever it may, I think some payment, especially as Gracia, must all be scrapped. Kwesi Reynolds is in Agona or Dobing and what do we are bringing? Okay. Wait, sir. Obi, here is my point. We don't have a problem when it's an allowance. Let's see it as an allowance and not a salary. When we are extending courtesies, it is okay. But when you talk about salary, it changes the equation. I am forgiving them something on humanitarian grounds, so they have no business about anyone refunding anything. Let's see it as an allowance, plain and simple. Chairman Adekoka and Odiwe Abba. Obi, no matter how you look at it, the bid to legitimize the emolument for first and second ladies was the right call. While it should be lauded for the purpose of transparency and accountability, the public outcry is also justifiable. Nevertheless, if one of the beneficiaries in their own wisdom has decided to refund the said money given to her, then I think clarity on the matter has been restored. Prince Odeneho Opon. I salute you, Obi. In principle, paying salaries of presidential spouses is a laudable idea considering the role they play. However, the timing is wrong for the implementation of the recommendation, especially in this era when COVID-19 has ravaged the economy, including a plethora of challenges facing the country. I salute the First Lady Rebecca and Second Lady Samira for hearkening to the voices of the people. We should continue to extend to them allowances and courtesies and enough support to carry out their responsibilities. Thank you. Samuel Ablodepe. A happy birthday to my beautiful and lovely wife, Ruth Mate of Columbus, Ohio, US of A. May God give you all the happiness in this world because you deserve it. And God increase you for greatness. And this is from Gabi Edujemfi, former National Road Safety Ambassador, currently in the US of A. Obi, with all due respect, let Kojo know that he is not talking to children, and he should also be aware that he is a minister responsible for information. We have every right to raise issues with this government if things are not clear to us. Nobody in this country complained about the issue of allowances, but it was rather an issue when government decided to pay salaries to the first and second ladies without going through the proper channel. Obi, please, little education from you. How can one get to find out whether it is actually true that monies has been returned to government? We should try to do things at the right time. Alhaji Hamza is in Pig Farm. Alhaji, I think there is a statement to that effect. A letter to the Chief of Staff, Wakoti, check numbers and all of that. And that is something in the public already. Wait, sir. Obi, I see former President Mohammed's statement on this issue as a populist approach. It confirmed the statement made by an American economist, Thomas Sowell, that, quote, politics is the art of making your selfish desires seem like the national interest, unquote. The hypocrisy is just too much. Gusty man is in Brecum. And let me see the other ones we have here. Good afternoon, Obi. Kojo's attempt in focusing on the debate on social media, which was started by the folks, is an attempt once again to divert the attention and pressure on this government to the former First Lady. Ask Kojo, why is he and his party communicators not asking Mrs. Rollins and Mrs. Kufuor to also return the allowances? The issues here are not about allowances, rather it's about the attempt to start paying wives of sitting and former president huge amount of salary under these difficult times where the common Ghanaian just got 4% pay increment. Truth will always overcome lies. Is this how the public purse was going to be protected as we were promised? Obi, lastly, please tell Kojo to have the Chief of Staff publish the allowance they claim has been paid back into the consolidated fund. Paul De Suso is in Worcester, US of A. Good evening, Obi. When standards are lowered, individuals determine what is good and bad at their own convenience. Ghanaians are not complaining about the allowances being paid to our first and second lady respectively. Ghanaians are against the salaries being paid to them. So if they have decided to refund monies paid to them, they shouldn't hesitate to refund such huge amounts of money with interest. I don't understand trade-offs. Because salaries now have been recommended to be paid. That recommendation they have rejected. And allowances and only yet more than normal refund. I'm not too sure about salaries be or sign refund bill. And I think it's important that we put the issues in their proper perspective. This one says, in the name of equity and fairness, it is the contention of AFA, the Alliance for Foot Soldiers Advocacy, that Mrs. Lordina Mahama, wife of former President Mahama, also refunds to the state the sum of 3,200,000 Ghana cedis, being the total allowance she allegedly received from the state coffers while her husband, Mr. Mahama, served as Vice President and President of the Republic of Ghana between 2009 to date. 3 million no figure no free. That said, AFA suggests that presidential widows be treated differently. Parliament must initiate steps to pass a legislation to give the state the needed legal backing to support them while cancelling any benefits to those with their husbands alive. Sir Obama in Pokwasi is the Executive Secretary of AFA. And on the way about loads and loads of your messages. Obi, now that the first and second ladies have decided to return these sums, I think it's time for us as a nation to have a conversation around Article 71 going forward. By the way, you have kept long with announcing the list of MMDCEs. Hashtag Ekosiisen. Alex Martinson is in Koforidia. Obi, Prof. Jampo's position this afternoon is highly inconsistent. What is good for the goose is equally good for the gander. Former First Lady Lordina Mahama must follow suit.
On Asempa
Hashtag
FM.
Let Jampo stop. Okay, that's not fair. Thomas Ajekum Treme. And on the way, Abraham. But let me welcome my guest. This time, the Honorable Nikwate Titus Glover. Honorable Akwaba na Apomwe.
In your jogba, bonto yote.
In your jogba.
In
your jogba.
Moya pa.
Hot here me wa denche.
Hot here me ona. Ibai. Ngoke waye.
Base bibi aboko.
Oh, body adaroma ja. Usra no passe na dom ne bi dumwa. And I say ubada obody anase.
Yeah.
See that what I'm doing currently, you say I will defend my government led by President Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, and my party. FM. And I say, Yagusua ye. And Enra, Anopa by 6:30, 6:45. Let me walk. I have for Asempa Adum TV.
Adum TV, yes.
Maybe I'm a bar radio.
Adum FM.
And the pay my sorry, my call UTV. And I'm a buy just to come and defend my government, my first lady, and my party. And to wish Eric, my brother, good evening.
Okay. So one other thing another person may clarify if you've been a parliamentarian before. Unim processes I go through say some of these reports about parliament. How does it play out? In your committee of the whole. I don't know, member be any copy of the saying because now the controversy is why am I parliament, why am I in the hall? Was approval given by parliament? Was there no approval? Of course, Kojo upon Chroma makes the point that we should I requested from parliament to get to know the truth of the matter. You are a parliamentarian. How does some of the former parliamentarian you remember say play out saying?
You will be made that say. Answer I think say I've admired you from afar during the days in Takrady when we were in opposition. And I think consistently you have proved to be a good substitute for our late brother
Asempa FM
Kaba. And let me say that you've been phenomenal. I mean, so brilliant, and your presentation, the construction, I mean the thoughts, the question lines, and since I will see a dear Jumano, Menyaso pa,
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
But Koso and serve the people of this country with all humility and a good heart, and I believe that the sky will be the limit for you.
Medase pa.
Na sembi hami pam fat. Na mi bue fu pa. Na obano frame. No catch me so sremiara. Na se na nkampese mi faje ubi pa no wan. seriously. Nipa no me je hwemo. But onima kasa. Me ba Gilbert ni me akasa. Enti be pese me di bu ni di me di mom. Nipa no me hwedom. Me di mani hwedom. But oslepe. Oh, jai. Ya bre wo party mu. Obi. Ya bre pa to fight to come to power. And it's obi wo wa.
Nipa ni party ni.
Onye party ni. Hey. Odipos. Ya ye one more Odipos.
Onye party ni ba Odipos wa.
Odipos abawe mu. Enti mate me nkasa. Ba me di mani ehwe. But at the right time. Ebe kan wasem. Se na obani ni makasa de me bagge betakasa di. I'll pause.
And I'm a choke.
I'm a choke. Na nkase na me deliver no one. Oba try the here
on Asempa FM.
Oba check me.
Ngamebo me nsem.
Oh, jai. Anko bo nsem mama me. Na me yi nsem na mako. Nipa no nim no. Enti ye de besia.
No, but if it is that critical, why don't you?
Oh, don't worry, don't push me. Don't push me. Because of the respect and the love I have for my wife and my son Gilbert.
Oh, okay.
I just want to leave it there.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, your CEO.
Oh, me see. Who the emphasis here? Oh, your band to be shadow.
Okay.
And you better see her. But me monitano. Ya bro. Eto wodenje party name. Say being your minister.
Yeah.
I'm defending Akufado's government and the party. Me minister, me show biase. And you be see her. What besides
FM.
Normally reports bar. Request bar. Now speaker refer to the appropriate committee. Committee won't di ho bobo wi nya ye de beba plenary. Ama ye di ho komo.
Yeah.
Sometimes generally most of the reports are held in plenary.
Yeah.
Except on critical issues. It is a letter commissioner. Discussion with the house, your core committee of the whole. Normally it's the first deputy speaker. From my days in 2013 up to 6 January 2021, I'm a normally it's the first deputy speaker who sits to superintend over all these issues now that dear Koso. But this very Asema na ye canon. Mimpe me colleague Sami Stano. He wants to be
Sami Okujetwa Black.
Me bano. Me na moto will Sami bano. Na will be sano. Questions, with regards to First Lady report here, Professor Yediabetuwe now or can say as a parliament he didn't see a copy of the report. When was this discussed? That is purely published.
Really?
I'm sorry because like upon Kojokan, this is a house of record. Say Abia Bibina actually wouldn't know at the time, Kasa. But the whole parliament cannot lie. With all due respect to your listeners. Samibwa, say parliament in yes, say Juma. Send you into the parliament, I can't answer. A whole parliament institution. Say Bekase, me ni parliament, a parliament nyeshe, me nya copy of the report. Say won available. I will be sure report to contribute to it. Say so. But men can say parliament. And internet Kojokacha was there. Under the information very saying. Freedom of information, right to information. You can write to the honorable speaker. At that time, or you're even second deputy speaker. You can write to him and they'll make it available to you. And the Mesreno pa. We are very good friends. Bibinia Antonio Boissy. He has every right to make commentary and all that, but a whole anger no kind of and I'm in drink a whole. And Asema question will be Samino. Yadiba, you could say 6, that was the last day in parliament. So me, I will not be there.
Okay.
Which is a base of the circumstances. I will not be there. And this the Abani Yakanwasemwa, it has been captured in Hansa. Upe Hansa, Ruko Hansa department, you can get the report. But where it is committee of the whole, and also Asemwa, na Ebiana Hansa interim capture. But we should have some records in parliament to prove. Say, report here by ye. Parliament Edunwa Bobo Ejitumu say Sanya Yano. So in brief, that is what I can share with you.
Report when I did this whole national conversation about what you in be where do you stand? There was uncommon way now.
Obi Emia pa, because in this country everybody has a right to make some comment.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Maybe actually being a dream or who quine So be na dream. But where you want to impugn ebia say omampeni Akufo-Addo per se otua ne yire e saying salary ne we akoshe bibi wo kukuo mu se akopeska dia ma ne yire ye kukuru ska back pay bebrebe e dia ma ne yire eni na be FM yeah police ami yi de bia de bakwa de ba make ne say ya no a ye di kankasa yi e wo say ye kasa ye kan ye politics na sebe ye tiefo woni wa bontia ho tie ye no. They will have some sort of respect for the discussion we do. And yet, Bibiane will say in the politics. Because when you look at the history of this supporter state, you know, Edima, our first lady and second ladies are, it did back in the early days of the First Republic, the Fourth Republic. There's a history guiding everybody. Confirmed by anyone. Nana Kodu Ajman Rawlings. This was a mother who never sat down to fold her arms. Oh, because the Juma Namikun, former President Rawlings, I mean, the way he has been running around, mobilizing people. I mean, there's a need for me as the first lady, and yet first lady, I'm in the office. I do say, baby, na my friend to ma, na my bed transi. I was saying, so me conform, na me de boa me kunu, na yen fan chiche Ghana mai. And you look at the performance. You look at the role of Nana Kodu Ajman Rawlings. You recall those days. And men man you do baby, I will see a women sometimes who don't matter. Especially who in crossing the patriarchal influence of men over women. You who man says sebi who try. It took Nana Kodu Ajman Rawlings. Now all making sa echo no all making voice no to be heard. He said there be memma a made to say was so ya sitting be. Na mum piayen diabema betuma no obazu betuma ye kra no manatrasa. So she started the political empowerment and the economic empowerment of our women. Gradually a graduate here. Onini kra be yebi oko. And son of Bekono, the chief of staff. Then Nana Tudazi. Under the same constitutional provision, Article 71, there was a committee that was set up of ex-President Rawlings. And we hear recommendations.
Ekosiisen
about this 71, Article 71 physical there's Nina. And Nana to a year, right up Kakra, and the man President Kufuor. On also about building also because a man, they have a role to play to support their husbands. Mama Teresa, she's a professional nurse. And to find interest, no, ewo health ho, a bonu moding, a ye bibi wo. Obesinko Oni President Kufuor, touch all the Mrs. Nadu Mills.
Yeah, Nadu Mills.
Very quiet, reserved woman. Onusu kono need so be fire. Onusu kakran. At the time no ye no na former President Rawlings saying Mahama, ne yini Lodina. Her Excellency, Onusu no heading, second lady, no yeka. Until the unfortunate happened, our President Mama assumed the role of the president of this country. My minister to me translate. Se mikru ye president da, Misudiana was me ye. I was saying so baby. Na me ye bibi na me di buano. Lordina bayani die. If any saying, Mrs. Misata, she's an educationist. Onusu eso baby. And when the at the time you're coming in, na states no support kakra. Edi yomo juma. Se bika mutremu.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Amane di mawo. Officer no mutremu di juma, amane di mawo. Staff no mo amane tua wonka. All because they want to be seen to be doing something to support their husbands. But yeah, dear na yet say Ebedu, Mrs. Rebecca now Kanko Akufo-Addo, any Mrs. Samira Baumiano, and a Bibiasesa. Would hear some of the discussions, some of the phoning calls. They are a painted picture. They say, Mrs. Akufo-Addo, any Mrs. Baumia, Sabi, Omufum Ganeska. Sabi Omufum Ganeska, which is not so. So there's a need for us to know the history and the basis and the background. Well, all this history is coming from. Na Ghana for no mutie no o matiase ye because politics na ye no do babia na ye to no kura no ye de to nchen they akofa ayi touch all the thing entro no ama ye aba ye tse no na ye no kure and that is not so. And open me with UTV. When I read the first lady's statement, I felt sorry. Because the question was Aswejuma na Mrs. Rebecca Kufado, Okaka Kufado, and Mrs. Baumaya, and the so niana. Do we appreciate it? Osabunzo, Asempa 94.7 beside critics. They have been so patriotic. Ye kasa ye ditiano, ye kanse aso ejuma na omu yano. Do we place value on them? Do you appreciate what they are doing? The sacrifices and all those things they were doing? If the answer is yes, except your all kasana de or no mfa de omu yano. But kakra mi de me baye. Ye be dia bani. Me hu dia Mrs. Adwaye. As so many. You go to Akumasi. Jean. At that time, we share maternity. Abaya bako. O si Debbie. I'm a mother. Mama. Na se ma eko wo. Na se this is what they go through. And then you make sense na me dey ahwe. E wo so me boa me kunu. And that's a support. Miji kakrawa na you kan mu a yenye bibi emfa mboa ma. And then it has brought relief to mothers and babies in Kumasi. Owi e no ba kolebu. Onu so baby bi wo. Touch all the thing. Children's Hospital. Princess Marie Louis Hospital. Children's Hospital. Onu so oni Ghana Commercial Bank. E kam ho bomu e ye bibi kama. And nature no ye nyama bebre education nyama school adan so many things.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na sabre ni nyina na government and the office of president so I say yadie. They are not people and now they don't qualify to be Article 71 office holders. But when we nyomu ye nyina no committee they recommend this say it should be regularized. It should be regularized. And it's on my committee report. And now president, then president also referred it to parliament because that is the forum, that is the platform. As I said, in parliament we agree and we disagree. At the end of the day, there is a resolution. And it's a committee in the Juma. Now 1 year can say yes. Article 71 office holders. But we share Juma no ma yene nyina no ene di kan form back on nyina no. At least there's a need for us to take care of these people. Now you structure the year to legalize whatever expenditure that we are giving to them. Because it's a convention. We share the year with it's purely convention. Because there's no law, any parliamentary approval to back whatever
the committee says it had no legal
the basis. It's a convention. Yes, for the days of Nana Kodudu, Ajman Rawlings. And all these first ladies and second ladies have a real role to play. Oh my bibia assume Ghana. And the dear Nasisa. Edu Mrs. Sakufa don't no. And let me make reference to your friend is saying ne statement no bakwa na anopai na me kind idiom with all due respect. Yemfama we tifo. Na eyemi yapa papa se Fedi saying, Abanisa, it's sad. It's very sad. I'm sure.
And that is, you mean
that is the area? That is the area now. Or can say a month for say or a self-centered. You know, there's that part of the letter, no.
Okay.
Or trust say people should not see say she doesn't feel for our people and she's self. No. I don't coming because Auntie Becky wouldn't know. Obi say wouldn't mame no. Nixa kasa kraye de mano. Kasa. Oyo bi ompe ni wasem. Se nyese ni kun koye politician a anko twomo aka wonim so no koyi. Very reserved, very cool. I mean, oyo bi a otini ba bi a se yen kan kire wo se Mrs. Okanka ko for neti we anka wonim so no te we. But abasa because of politics. Enti dia kon ban say on pese na djuma na se opese oye edi bua ne kuru eni Ghana mano embe dani asembia edi mo bibia salawan say yedi mame enyo no ho ka kira committee for say untu makati omu eno no ka kira won say omu sisa for say allowance embe ye ne pay salary mini kwaku bua yin ba ha no pa mami kwaku o kasa de bia na o kasa no ena ya man allowance no ya na say your money pay ya mfanka ho na e wesisa wenya sika budo wenyina na who can we to arouse the passion of the Ghanaian people as if Nana Donka Kufado yeri no kanko akoye boni. Meanwhile, committee ya omampedin a power ya constitution say every 4 years be empowering. Na you Article 71 office holders no mufanye e mojuma. It is not so. It is not so. I idea hami pa because who call the office a man from them applications aba obi okoye operation obi okoye way na who share and semni bia obi yeah. And with your permission, let me quote the 4th paragraph
Ekosiisen
of a letter.
Asempa FM.
Or say, and I quote, that notwithstanding the public discussion has been laced with some extremely negative opinions, in some cases which she finds distasteful, seeking to portray her as a venal, self-serving and self-centered woman who does not care about the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian, quote and unquote. Now, Ushe Mami we first lady. Sanya Odina Bada
Asempa FM.
Odina wa tuvom to one check. Say sebi obi wa na ehiano na wohiamwa. Meso dia di kan for ye no eni bi na meso beto aso no. Ame ye bibi e dia boa me kunu na me dia hyega na man enumnyam. Na se obu mi de omadwene omo won se ye baby omo hu nyama ne se mi na o kan kwa akufado me dwi mi ankasa me hu na nya wona me omo dwuma dwuma de a ene ye mesre ni bumfu ye se wei ene din sebo ni aba ye besre ganafo mesre mo se kana ye kan wasem no me di mo de ebremo enya se dwuma no so mi nyo biom enya se bi nyo menyi mu maye menyi makoma maye ba sedia kasakasa na peje de mu a laso nya ye na tu simple so a ye twi no aboso no osre ganaman se when ye di asem ne baba dia mesre mo awia mi ba me du ya ana me te say o kan say what chief of staff say or the check no e dia ba anche bia na ye tu say second lady so won so yan wo ba no den on so de or the ye beko twa no pa no ye mpa gidigidi se sana kasa de beko dia ye be sere ganafo ye mpese we be gidigidi se no mampenin aye watu no wasi wa oye juma se on Jubilee House the work is on the ground and the woman na wa program no na watu no wasi na onam no nam Sunday enenra no was Savannah ene anopay no was Salaga maybe I can say yes onam Upper West ho baby he's not sitting in the Jubilee House like that. And the woman, it was not in him, and the senior Okununu, a sumo mino, and one Wabazeno, on so besosa, and your peasants can some way a beye Casabebri, and your Seragana for, or the body dear at the mum, especially the Emma, any member, events and man in Walla, and this canoe or the other. An interested woman or you know, on your bium, or because why now, Trano Pano.
Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ma wenye gidigidi kasa osramo obi anja kasa no o de skanako na obi asomdwo no na obi ankoso no nye nedwuma kama alejaka
me da say enti the honorable Titus ni kwate Glover na moten nka na Ekosiisen so ni ha Asempa FM Eric Ajay wa ha enti metie Eric
Titus
okay ni kwate
Daniel ni kwate
Titus Glover. Wow.
My first name is Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
And I'm in Dean.
Oh, okay.
And my surname is hyphenated.
Okay, Titus Glover.
Titus Glover.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Me that's part for that correction. Ekosiisen na higher Asempa FM. We say happy to hear the first and second ladies of the Republic are refunded. The money is recommended by the in Tiamwa. Okay, that's not the point. They refunded the allowances they were paid. But they've rejected the recommendations by the Intiamwa committee. Two things. We thank God. Is it true they say they won't take allowances again? Yes. I mean, that's contained in the letter. No? What about support from government institutions to their foundations? That I don't know. Will they take per diems? Will the state continuously support their officers? If yes, then what is the noise about the refund? Did Kojo ask about what is trending on social media? Please tell him Ghanaians are wide awake. Chief Baine and on the way Abba. This one says, Obi, I am an MPP, but trust me, the constant defense of this payment or regularization is making the party unpopular. The first and second ladies are not part of Article 71 holders. Simply sita. Unfortunately, Nipana and Fanny Din Anka. Quite unfortunate. But this one says, Obi, when the regularization of allowances to salary, when it doesn't go with any defined job schedules and audit, they who promoted this knew it was inconsistent with our laws. If so, why is anybody suggesting that the Ghanaian citizenry should draw in former first and second ladies to refund anything not salary from January 2021 to June 2021? Why is it so sad that some of our politicians are just good at creating disaffection for others? Uncle in Takrade and on the way upbringing. Okay. Mamintiwe, Eric, on this controversy, baby, how about this here?
We are not press conference.
Sure.
And that's it. Obi,
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na memfanchi mudru. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ne me mama Lodina Mahama. Obi, I say, yama Emmanuel 790 dimension via. Your politicians no. Ya na yisum fidie bi ato. E de amay ho dache. Because Asemba na ye ka asem a asem da ho ne wo se kan wasem. But ekoye the case Dameso was a pekwan bi asu yi ne de koma we nsuso a na ono nso pekwan bi so eyi di aba. In fact, ye moaye ho. Eno ne ma public no e wo different perception about widows in politics. And the party any party bi ni na na yesu ni ye ban no. It speaks a lot. Public no e de ade bi ajeje ya na Ghana for so finding it difficult so mbeka bi amai. The da ho sisi a ye ka ho asem. Article 71 holders and our office holders want some near. Obi o constitution wa me wa me dey o me phone so. Na there's nowhere in Article 71
Asempa FM.
Ya kan wa sem say so obi be Ghana man peni a ne yire part of Article 71 office holders. So obi be Ghana man peni be dey kira sebe ono so ne yire mo there's nowhere. And this Adena Banas a committee in the Juma ba. Yenka the Ghana for the donor can wasem. About Nipana, ye pesi ye fasa quenyano so a man Ghana sika ewo kwan bisuno. One Ghana mam rane dahona committee ni di ye ne Juma no. Ne kwan so ane kwan. This is the argument e wokruma. So me tie me ni upon kroma na the whole information minister okoye social media debate there na we mo kakra.
Social media debate.
So say ya heard the ekoso social media.
Me na me busa no self from
monitoring of social media. Office.
Don't go on.
No, men call that tangent. But you see, let's be serious in this country. Onim a lot. I know Kojo, so you mean your penny. What I say? Obabaye na Juma as information minister will be any why anameboa
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Asem na ye ka ho asem ne da ho na ye se wo de kwa akwanwan a omwa wo and no be on record mahu anti be kikrata no na mahu madam Samira Bawomi anso krata say yes allowances a omoje no omo sign the abrega na 40 they go back to the consolidated fund, right? Obi, debate here any crew my allowance assembly near can answer Article 71 of his holders.
Debate is depending on who is speaking.
Depending
the angular offer is different.
And yet depending on who is speaking. The year can want someone then say President Akufo-Addo Power Committee be your friend Professor Ntiamwa Committee, right?
Yes.
Offer committee report now is it page is it page now so audio anymore Enkofoku a no mo as a 5 enkofoku a no mo ye members of the committee so mo din ho ye wo professor Yanti Amwa ene ye wo honorable Abraham Osei Edu obi oye hwan
Abraham Osei should be former majority leader, right?
Yes,
former majority leader.
Ura Akufo.
Yeah, and Akufo.
Very good. And ye wo Edward Kwapon.
You fair wages.
Yes. Very good. Ono hwan na man
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Good. And ye wo Eric Odrosai.
Yes.
Na mekai say
Odrosai should be now at
so ono kura Abanyaman appointment.
Yeah, one of these institutions.
Very good. Abanyaman appointment mekai pa. And ye wo Madam Stella Segbawu nipa nu.
Ono ye former MD of Downwell Insurance, one of these insurance.
Very good. Enti nipa ye kan omo ho asem nyina no. Ebi mu ye MPP fo a. MPP aban pencil, MPP 1, Kufo pencil, bi mu enjoy position in government. Ye wo bi mu wo we mu a President Akufo-Addo na mo appointment. Utie me pa. Fair wages and salary den ono de man. Owura Erikodru Science appointment. Enti omo nya nkofo a as omo ye nhoho bi a yakofo omo from different country. E na omo ba be ye adwuma magana akọ. Oni omo wo that rapport. Enti committee no so ne omo terms of reference mebo a. Eno nti ne se o kan baby a mebobo din wie ya. Not the same report no okomu the committee terms of reference
to make recommendations in respect of emolument and other privileges for Article 71 office holders as specified under the Constitution, and to examine any other relevant matter which the committee considers appropriate to its work.
Very good.
Ekosiisen
obi ama
Asempa
o kwa ye adwuma na more terms of reference jina so fire adwuma de edikan say Article 71 office holders mo adwuma na okoye wo ye wi ade to so mienu no ade bi a committee ni susu emu no mo susu se e bi a omodwen ho ebebo man no then they do it. I don't think the committee ni wi na adwuma na no mo call parliament they to the floor of parliament sa na ekoye
no
yan submit it back to the
so you submit to
very
the
good. So e de ya kan ne ya na ya refund this sika no na say Ghana for ho no yes anete we e ya de a.
But per your reading of the Constitution, no, the committee is submitting my executive, in this case, the president of former committee. Now, is it you understand the president bet me a tweaking report?
Or send a bonus, so now I'm woman now, or the president on the power committee.
But that's not what the Constitution says.
Oh, that member, Obi, me Obetemasi. In the committee, near Juma, we in a year, ye de come President Akufo-Addo no. On the cabinet club, Bobo Honkakra. I said, a Jumana, a demand kofui.
And no, are you saying a fact or a speculative way now?
Speculative. Now can say the bear now or the court in the bedroom or the call parliament. Now me boy, are you serious? So easy. How they want to trace the story no? Until me person who baby I didn't free ba ni baby ye drone. So this committee be mu MPP penny for be mu wa ban mu a omunim the president Akufo-Addo penny their own pen. Ye koye committee report ne ba ya na o makover portion a e fa ne yere ho ne Samira ba omi ayere ho a President Akufo-Addo ye lawyer onim se na yire ne ba omi ayere enye part of Article 71 office holders no wantimi anka hwe ankyere committee no saying emrasem ne kan you the president is a lawyer, right?
By Emrano said then
and I'm saying
the report now
report no some report na wi why na ma wadwuma why na obesan de akọ ansa akọ parliament for everything. And at Parliament, crossing we need Jumedia, say, Bessiamba, executive, that is it. And to share and sir, report in the firm, echo haba in your assent. Hey, dear President Akufo-Addo, neighbor, me, I'm not was say, yes, I was here, try a mocha. Sanity
in the material say, and let's say, time a committee in the
report. Omokasa no woni bi bia fa won no moboa.
Oh, kase omoje report.
Yes.
And go meet me I expunged that part.
Why na ma committee na adwuma?
No, but that's not what the Constitution says.
Obitie me. Why na ma committee na adwuma? O da me ba. Why na ma committee na adwuma? Yetia and I was so commission koye na adwuma bai. Mampeni o issue ne white paper ne to so we for credence no. Obeka kire say committee no ko trash here terms of reference no mo ni na so meboa. Enti we na terms of reference na we can one.
No, but that is a commission.
Me asem kana make I know say a commission. But na what terms of reference e dey adwuma meboa. E na me pese me kire say ono na as mampeni na emre bi atwam a opa commission bi koye na adwuma na. At the end of the day obeka kire Ghana for say adwuma na me dey omo like me dey show omo nsa no mo ko trash ye meboa. E and American in say and until I'm a kind terms of reference in a because there's nowhere na ye consideration of some for no wasem. Otemase and nkofo ya ye de omo ye committee omo nim di o ana me bo entra me bobo di no obi dey know a lot oduro sign local governance ban local governance issues expert enti nkofo edodo so your party for ya na de omo ate committee and na bia wo de input bia ma omo se mo fa nka ho na antibeki hia salary and na wo be catch
but those are speculative claims. You don't say
that
on
President Akufo-Addo ni ba wo mi antimi me Ghana for adanko dada do
sesen
and na Ghana for kasa Ghana for adwuma yefo a eya aban adwuma aban so antimi mo salary increment more than 4%. Minu ya no ye napko no boso me so a okwaji ni sika 700 Ghana cedis. Afinshiano na ni sika 7,400 a year. Ena sign up koni na hu se ba omi ayira ya nto abama ne samira. Boso mi ye betua ne ka 33,000 Ghana cedis. Can it is sika 330 million. Na sa ordinary Ghanaian no complain say yes ane was ye yard na you are telling me today say and you say the abanti boajo obi ahwato no. Kan Antibeki statement paragraph 4 na honorable Titus kan no. The person chire nyina ne say as a Ghana for kra kasa dodo into the abaye nyi sika kan read it maybe on one day an analysis me person kind the same read the paragraph 4 na Titus honorable what the argument is here.
Okay, that notwithstanding, the public discussion has been laced with some extremely negative opinions.
Good.
In some cases. Okay, negative opinions in some cases.
Yes, no, I'm making negative, but negative need
oh, to that's also mean.
You see,
or say the public discussion has been laced with some extremely negative opinions in some cases, which she finds distasteful, seeking to portray her as a venal, self-serving, and self-centered woman who does not care about the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian. Eric.
Well, sir, according to baby our kind CCA, Antibeki na nkasa uti Asempa FM. When you share Adum TV, share joy. And teachers a comments na Ghana for do na air personal. Ebi mu anya ne dempo meboa. And he said the Ghana for do na kana anya me de dia. Allowances imagine me dia ba. Ana meboa.
Yes.
And he chese ye Ghana for ya shewa bufu nti no. Sika na ye de ama was allowance for some years in ye sika. Oh, Antibeki wo de abayaje. But the ye catcher Antibeki ni say, nya allowance asem ne ye kan no. The ye kan ye katua, ye si ye ntua wo ne ba omi ayreka. His Excellency.
And also reject.
There be reject na me person me kire say. Nti ope Antibeki ni Samira person mo kire say time a committee eye ne report ye ya omukunu munya hint omo antehwe da say ye de omo hyem si betu omo ka. Nyomo ne omo ne da. Don't do Obi. Adibi o trite knowledge.
Okay, the constitution
trite knowledge.
71-2 kase the salaries and allowances payable and the facilities available to the president, the vice president, the chairman and other members of the Council of State, ministers of state and deputy ministers, being expenditure charged on the consolidated fund shall be determined by Parliament on the recommendations of the committee referred to in clause 1 of
but
this
that doesn't mean say committee ni we na juma committee na nkasa so an ho Parliament.
No, or the president.
Yes, I don't American. And you want to tell me say after the committee's work?
Yes.
Omoni mpenimfo na nhia mbobo ho. Obi, what are you telling me?
No, but are you also saying say omoni omubobo ho no?
Me say
and mpenimfo ni betuma sesa bi.
Me say president say niema bi onfo aso te say de na yeremo say na omfo aso nti yanyi esika na.
Yes.
Sa nkitahudie ni kwaso no President Akufo-Addo as a lawyer antimi kura nkan chom na article 71 of his holders who can clause 2 ya obi kan ya me yire ni ba omi ayire mo nka ho nti omahu ontima say
no I get you.
Yes, they know it.
Any attempt to get them to amend
and I'm say
will it not be ultra virus
the attempt to get them to amend
okay
when I want more juma one more terms of reference omo beyond that ana yes, Anna make one time say.
Oh no, I'm following.
Yes, terms of reference now the more no. Omo operate within that jurisdiction no. And omo kwatrashe. enu nti no untimi nka say o ma kwa trashe ase committee na wie na adwuma de aba no me de call parliament for approval. No, untimi convince Eric Eje and some Ghanaians with that.
Okay.
So what I am telling President Akufo-Addo today, any Bawumia today, His Excellency, any Samira Bawumia, any Anti-Bekini say, Adia we ina no munim dada, iye bitu omoka. And they accepted it in a good faith. Say yamfa Ghana for sika ni ntu omoka. But the argument Ghana for ni obi ye ne nene say. Enkofo ya amosi yamfa omonko article 71 office holders we yasi. Omoni specified duty bia we constitution num anameboa. Ghana for assign ade bia se omonye ho adwuma. 1. Yeto aba America J as a president. Yento aba ma me yire. Yeto aba ma Eric J as a president na me running mate na honorable titles no be vice president. Yento aba ma ne yire. And into na constitution no so make sure say ye obi as a president oman ne fa ne ho ka bia na meboa. Ade bia hoye it is incumbent upon us. Ye ne fa ne ho ka. Constitution no one tell say be a president ni yesu je ni na ya ware ni no tell say ne yire ne na busu ho ka nka ho obi anim say obvious because Eric Eje ne ma be president of Ghana na president no man na bo me ho ka de ekoso wo fie bia me ne me ma wo fie anya o man na ne hwe o enti di anyway a o koda so da say Ghana ye di enti no yensa metua o yire ka
Asempa FM
Ghana ye di enti no mampani be de akire so na yire pepe. That is it. That is the trite knowledge at tertiary.
But the reason the committee recommended that Nenya Ghana
now omodi nkomo wakukuam any committee for nakasa entra mbusa as a committee members bi mu no
speculation
mbusa na mukasa na ba ko majority leader mrebi na mbusa so nim Dr. Idiot Kwapon na meka say na nado ama na appointment fair wages ono wo na mbusa so nim Eric Sign Odro se hwan ono so ya na. So what I'm telling you is this crop of people are known in the party. Ana wontima se obi ani wo betimi akwa champion ade bia anya obi interest so say mama wadwuma say ye mame enya me interest I will do that. So Ghana for mutie me the argument is about article 71 office holders, not about allowances I demand first ladies memra allowances ne so obi na me sorry na opa na me hu say MPP social media for yakotro krata krade ama me mama Lodina say wo hu krata no bi me hu ya na mu say Ghana problem say we anyi UP for na mfiri mo so we anyi yeda because mo na MPP for no dia ya kan ne say ye nim say president bi ate akonwa so a ne yire allowances ye de ma no ana meboa ya kan dada
Ekosiisen
obi aso me deny say ye more allowances but eno nye debate on the table now meboa
according to Eric Eje
na according to Ghana for no Article 71 who asem ne kan na sa allowance who asem ne kan. You know better.
You also know better.
No, you know better. Na na dey onim better.
Eric, you also know better.
And I say, are we discussing allowances of first ladies and I say omo smuggle omo akwa Article 71 office holder. Je he ne kan in Ghana. Na ye da sorry ya watch rokrata aba say me my allowances na mejeje no kra Ghana for comments ni bi negative ni ade enti me de aba. Nti ade chia no pa no fresh amira se me letter na me de kono na adu so for de no bra no pay e no so de ne de bae masa sa danko da adu isuban no emfa enti whether say wa ye ne calculation de abasika ye de ama no 80 something thousand o check here meaning say man be not
800
sorry 800 and something thousand meaning say man be na be 16,000 something na near de man obi ene se na obi aje ye de mo obi a because at the end of the day honorable titles but na can achievements of Anti-Beki ankasa when achievements are why they change nikunu that one it's a fact enti miwia memo long list of yamame on Asempa Mahama achievements from 2015 eba medini na bema o person me push am no wabobobi nti eno no interest and achievements awaye wakosere mpa de hospital ha wakoye se ni interest ye mama na article 71 office holder na mira so na ni kunu ko ne Ghana fo abepre ho se yensen tua na esgracia ana ho de omunya nwene nko ho because look at the article 71 office holders no almost so omunya na esgracia nti se the Anti-Beki ene Samira kwahye ho a president Akufo-Addo kwa ogina esgracia wo se Ghana ye pe ba bi ma ne tena efia ne ho bedodo no ne de keka ho no na yesa afi na ne yire ne so esgracia sorry be sem ana ne ye nwene nko ho And the Ghana for kind simple. Yes, ya ma okuna adwuma. We ya ma appointment letter. Ya employer, we mfa wa adwuma. But you see, behind every successful man, there is a successful woman. It is okuna bedi de biana se wo boa. And on just was ye used to say me kunu ni esimesi ntini. Ye di create opportunity bi de obe fragana. Omo ya ban adwuma for true right constitution come as.
Now we be be about social media and conform making requests.
Social media, me who say ye de anti ye can say mama lodina let e buy. And almost start you or the nisika de aba lodina some famra.
Ekosiisen on
problem
Asempa FM.
Individuals need be problems in the system. Because already my mouth clear differentiation of the Ekosiisen organ and say ye kasafa article 71 once manameboa. Nya allowance 170 eka.
But when the committee in so can say allowance no has no legal basis. Do you know
allowance no has any legal basis, but so tia they almost so trying say office of the president biano sika ekoho like you can say office of the government machinery.
Yeah, office of government machinery.
Omusika omudi ewo ho. Enti true omusika na omudi no. Because jumadi ahodo bia na first lady and second lady and some protocols in if you want to come. Enti almost make sure so omo pe bibi ma omo ye den. Omo de to omo and it's not bad. It is a committee, no. But any about it being bad or good. Almost any legal basis. That's any legal basis. They are legitimizing and say they never Article 71 office with this one. Is that the idea now?
That is if that is what they recommended.
No, that is because for now that is what they are saying. No, because if you are implementing the committee's reports, not at the end of the day, yeah, the omo can one dia. Say committee na suggest amomosa. And the terms of reference now, president, Edema committee is on Munya Human. Now, who say, ye import some for no.
Ekosiisen.
So the argument of yes, so the argument of where the Nisikaba and I found the Ebrani in our seven, don't I am crassem. I am crassem.
That's almost say,
oh, ye penny now, yes, argument in India. So, who say, baby, I work in a corner, Pempa Bobinako. Now, there be only problem. Ye ka asemo sin ne kwan ye fa so asolve anti-beki the statement abase Ghana fo bi mo bonyo so nti mekura allowance na magene me diaba na bi mu akotro se ene mama lodina mfa na allowance mra na ye ma Teresa akofo okroma
yes
kofo my mo penso na no ye first lady no party ben penso
emu de Teresa kofo under president kofo bia
oje allowance ni bi
yes
na aden na on omo ka so mfa mra na mahu se minua na bi opposite when was they would demonstrate against Lodina one fan allowance ama.
Oh, sir,
yes. NAI. Aliu Mahama here no. Oh, Kruma. Why pension na no second lady no. Aban ben pension.
And Kofo.
Na ade no monka share so vanity camera. Just omo what time bi Mahama ne yire MPP for time natural.
Sir?
Yes, your time hunu kwa. Me mama nana kunu do adima run so
Ekosiisen on Asempa
papa na afi mu na anu ada so no so be play the role as first lady and then no so mon ka say allowances oji on famra so Ghana for me pese mo tin nyema bi say President Akufo-Addo era of NPP no was some hatred for President Mahama ne yire keke
and you won't support it cause on refunding
on what basis and omo yes argument no kra and na medikin aka no dwene say wo problem pe ba bi fa because Yenka say former first ladies, ne vice for you name for allowance. That wasn't the work of the committee. And our president sanction committee is allowances or Modiama former first ladies and they should return the allowances. Musa. And in Guasia account, Nenyamoku, now refund you sika. When I compel you, be say, me the media abantu so far the bra. Dabani started that debate no gruma. Masa, when you a moment come on, because you took a decision now. Even your own party chairman, Bono regional chairman, Kwame Bafo, Ejina court so no one na ba nyadwene. Is it not even embarrassment on your party? Obi, are you not getting my argument here? Nipa na omako court for interpretation of Article 71 in the keka hono. Obi, what is Obi call on allowances or modern first ladies ana? Debate starting
Ekosiisen on
Asempa FM. Wo afidie ye chia. Wakasi ye nya allowance tua. What is Obi aka bi wada? The Ghana for nyina call for ne say, CSC de omo call under Article 71 office na. Their duties should be specified in our constitution. Anameboa.
Eric na wusi form.
Etimedi si form no. Sir, John, this analysis no more in social media. They should stop it. Omunya John, this analysis no more in social media. Bring back wine. Lordina Mahama and almost how many be my 1 year.
Oh,
yes. One you cranam or Osmami Amakwa Jacomano. Namanti Becky Crady and Amy, and so they to my council. Eric J. Yes. Because my constituency in Quadao, how many Kunyatis almost form. And come so many Bequaco.
And that's when they say, Lordina.
Yes, and not me link amount because Lordina, Diana, and I demand no year Jumama Ghana to say that honorable titles were born in Numa Pan or Yanibino. What am I say? And the Opianka allowance a diamond once a mukruma. But baby, I do on any as in Yentiasi.
Do you know, sir, Cecilia Oye, and there's a question. This is your former first lady, still our allowances.
That one I don't know.
Unim.
I don't know. Yes. Unima ABM minimum umame match education, I'll be very happy. But you know for sure. Obi, do you know? Oh no, you Ekosiisen. Question no, do you know, sir? Meaning say unim, but I mean a minimum. Oje.
At least from the committee's report,
from the committee's report. Yes, so that is your source. Thank you very much. But I made the minimum source.
Okay.
Obi, me dem no besi form no. The me pese Ghana for you nati ase ne se. Ye nua no MPP for oni omo ya de ahwe omo ye. Ye new level a ye be dani debate nani. Embarrassment ne de abama abamu penim for na wi.
Okay.
Because o ka kire Ghana nipo ya abanya juma se COVID aba enema mu aye den. Ene petrol bo be bi enam. Obi nkofo yi omodi wadwumam aban enwumam taxes aya san dia ba aban enwuma yefo ne etua wo so betu na katua mu 4%. Enti menu na oye napco na utua ne 700 Ghana cedis no budget we akokin kan taxes a odi agu sa the same person no so now say ogire samiri ntua na 330 million old Ghana cedis a month ada ya to aba ma no ya man appointment letter.
Eric,
so those saying say bring back member Obi with them. Those saying say what do my video? Say man.
Oh me no.
Okay.
That's on.
Those saying say anti Becky didn't the aba. Anti Lordina and Fanny Demran. Young Crasem, they should stop saying that.
Eric J in the attending can Ekosiisen in high Asempa 94.7 FM. Where is a good evening, Obi? The issue of legality doesn't arise out of the allowances that were paid to the first and second ladies. Because those allowances were paid from the unaccountable impress that were allocated to the presidency, just like the unaccountable impress that is allocated to the National Security Secretariat for Operations. Those monies are meant for operations and other things that are not clearly defined. Asafwe J, Deputy Communications Officer NDC Ashanti Region anyway, Abba. But any clearly defined, and you no quarantine a buttress home the point about. No, can't say the point about illegality of the payment of the allowances, no, doesn't arise because
it doesn't arise.
Because the allowances are paid from the unaccountable impress that is allocated to the presidency. Just like the unaccountable impress that is allocated to the National Security Secretariat for operations. And you know, those monies now are meant for operations and other things that are not clearly defined.
No, but you see what Kwaku is saying. I know, sir, he's talking of legality, and that is the legal argument in Kruma. Obi. Granted, no, but that legal argument, the committee has a different opinion. But the kind of committee, and we just oppose the two. We say, Obi, Eric Ej should bring himself up to speed on the following. The Profintiamwa committee has never said spouses of president and vice president are members of Article 71. Now we have to okay. Also, the Profintiamwa committee has never said, Eric J. has never said spouses of president and vice president are members of Article 71. Neither has it recategorized Article 71 office holders to include spouses of president and vice president, as he wants us to believe. The committee on page 61 acknowledged the lack of legal basis on the payment of these allowances, which date back from the Green Street and Chinnery Hesse committees, but these payments were made and further recommended on humanitarian grounds. Rather, the committee only added spouses of president as part of the privileges
extended to the president and vice president. Privileges are privileges, and it cannot be construed by any stretch of imagination to mean recategorization of Article 71 of its holders. I applaud the first and second ladies for their boldness and humility. 21 gun salute. Ekosiisen Asifua. My brother, if Lordina takes allowances now, so what? That's not the issue for the current debate. Ghanaians are against the attempt by President Akufo-Addo to pay his wife salaries. Della Edem of the NDC. Simon, yes. Hello, good evening, Obi. Kindly ask Ajay for me. What has the first and second ladies and the past ones done to deserve allowances and not salaries? Citizen Kofi Abakan and Onodiwe Abraying. Good evening, Obi. Now that the first and second ladies are going to refund the allowances from 2017 to date, will the other first ladies who have enjoyed it since the time of Rollins refund theirs too? This payment has been an illegal enjoyment since Adam. President Akufo-Addo came and thought it should be regularized, and that became his crime. What the sheep doesn't know is that if it thinks that it's poo-pooing all over to make the town dirty, its butt also gets stained. Please extend my greetings to Honorable Titus Glover, Dennis, from the quarters of the former Deputy Voter Regional Minister, Honorable Reverend Johnson Avulete, and Onodiwe Abba. Let me say a very big good evening to you, Lawyer Yao Opong, private legal practitioner, former lecturer, a former dean at the Central University Law Faculty. What's it? MPP lawyer. My name is MPP lawyer. My name is Nanado. No, Nanado legal team. Obi, no matter how you look at it, I think I've dealt with this particular message already. Prince, I don't know upon my kind or message. Thank you. Good afternoon, Obi. Ask Eric, what is wrong to refund monies which is not legal and cannot be regularized under Article 71? This is simple common sense. And please ask the deputy organizer of the NDC if Ghanaians will create an office and accept any assistance from the first and second lady. Godfred Adoa is in Bronx.
Ekosiisen on
Hi, Obi.
Asempa FM.
As a civilian, I am just elected president? Okay, if I am just elected president, good. As a civilian, if I am just elected president and my wife is a low-ranked soldier or police, does the Constitution state that she should still continue with her work with police or military bodyguards and escort and command the attention of the generals while still working as a low-rank officer? If we expect her to resign from her workplace due to a new status as first and second lady, shouldn't we also expect that she gets paid due to a new status? Dr. Dakwa LDC. But does our constitution prescribe first and second ladies from working? Like, Omoabe or Moamajuma?
In a constitution, no crank on Mohassem.
Okay.
Omo can't cry.
Nyabotre. Question Musa, where you are no Nyabotre. Obi, please ask him, does the new report say they should pay the ladies salaries and allowances or add salaries to the allowances? Did you also not read that the past committee report made recommendations that allowances must be streamlined? Okay, yes, I think it was in the past report. Yes, I read that. Thank you. But message is not a dorsal. I would have to.
Still one kind.
Why?
Dallas message.
Dallas and Poma Williams. Yes. That was my kind of message. That's
one kind.
Dallas and Poma Williams.
Dallas.
Hey, and the Dallas you so.
Obi
no, maybe honorable me patch.
Dallas more quite.
Or say Obi. It is not true that before the completion of the work of Professor Yainti Amwabedu Emolument Committee, the president was not aware of the spousal salaries recommendation. If you check point 2 of the committee's report, it was the executive arm of government that made a suggestion to the Prof Intiamo Emolument Committee for consideration. So the president cannot extricate himself from this unpopular decision. Thank you. Let me see. Okay, Inti Dallas. Thank you. At least I read one and I'm a kind win so the account amount media peso amount medase. But honorable titles, meba ho mami sima ba kope na yentie we emra ye ba come to you. Stay with us, Ekosiisen.
So ne macho medi miwura ya na udi sa
na malaria na fa hia mutu aware amoni agi sa no
adom malakio mixture ewo hoi malaria ent na yeso nchew
ye kwa ye test e mu pe enenum adom malakio mixture eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura
na adom natural tonic a esisi ha yisu ye
adom natural tonic nso yenum to ya yentimi nidie eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho tayen sa no
adom natural tonic
minya ni na mentimi nidie menum bie bono me taisa
mo ho ayefe pa ene ya mepe biato
ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne nkwada woni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical and herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to international school 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedie nkrato emu age atum se eye.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, edani mi wie yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anonso se say. Me feni nyina enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pa, wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract an wo nimni ekọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Eye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. E di roofing sheet.
Asempa FM.
Sum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne Fre 0544 338041. Tire metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP cylinder. Fre rocksters na won twa wontum.
1xBet de obi apehobet traffic sell mo odds ya kakraka. Omo deposit ye fast to me cash out. So insurance ma wo bets nyina. De ye ni je kra wo 1xBet won say to me this can be brave from virtual games, basketball, konkom riketo. Any agro be brave on website na so. To make up 1xbet.com.gh. Na use promo code BETGH. Na 200% bonus wo first deposit. 1xBet. Bet bia wo. Gambling ho atru nti twane wa hwe ye. Enye ma wo a wondi mfie du wo. Hwe me commissioner Jin Krato we atum.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, the station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM. So ni Ekosiisen dwumedi no waso go so a wotie no 3 minutes after 6. The Honorable Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover, her former MP, Tema East, former Deputy Transport Minister of the Republic. Eric Ejeiwa, currently as we speak, Deputy Director, Deputy Communications Officer, Bono Region. Now, where Director?
I'm an elected officer.
Honorable Titus, yes,
me patcho kind terms of reference, you know, baby, and now can't say committee to any other recommendation that they found necessary.
Okay,
can you read that portion for me to start my debate?
Me patcho, okay, inti and or more terms of reference. Just a second. I think page 5 it is. Yes, great. And honorable me pacho mama sima Okay.
Who can over spin? Me pesa over can. One can mami.
We also to examine any other.
Eric J. Party over Kuni Power. Okay, I say the committee's terms of reference were 1. To make recommendations in respect of emolument and other privileges for Article 71 office holders as specified under the Constitution.
Good.
And 2. To examine any other relevant matter which the committee considers appropriate to its work.
Fantastic. First and second ladies, they are an extension of the president and the vice president. Privileges be 1 year GNO. It is because of the status of their husband. And yes, God.
Asempa
FM. Sir Eric here debate. Na o kase President Akufo-Addo any His Excellency President Akufo-Addo any is Dr. Bawumia. Ako cultural committee for no say mumfa ye yiri num pay emfa nkɔhya de no mu a. Me tie no sa no.
Ekosiisen
na ayem ne kusaka FM. Enya kwa kakra bebre. Say abadwaku a wati wono. We share the composition of this committee. Noble men and women are yet sebi omuni adwuro mutrimu. And when you read their report, a catcher will say, "Dia ye no legal. It is purely a convention. Dia ye free for the committee run its time. Abedun pempesui. So this is a time I was saying legal basis. Ye the court parliament ye jituma na nyina ye koyinim. Na Madame Lodina na allowance no je no ni mfenti ana. It is because of her status as the first lady of the country. Nadia Biano is a reflection of the former first and second ladies. And yes, sir, all the Jessica because Mrs. Akufo-Addo and Mrs. Bawumia. But Eric Medini who ya be or starting the argument debate with the mischief complete. Were exonerating Antibeki completely. At the same paragraph 4, no? Why exonerating no?
Asempa
Debbie. Senior Antibeki can no. Or see, discussion has been laced with some extremely negative opinion. He said it here. The line of thoughts, the line of argument. No more can mischief yet no more. Akufo-Addo person try ni and this is the language omuda for kromu nyina e dia fa. President Akufo-Addo Dr. Bawumia esi omuti omo yiri ska. Because omo ko trans no nti oye lawyer pon wo hu say de wo ni nye. What are we talking about?
But is that not a legitimate question to ask?
What are we talking about? And he said the aye no from the beginning day one. Aye who say the omo no mra papa bia ntachire and the recommendation every committee in November no mfanko parliament ni boni be ne wom. Boni be no maye. The dates got up themselves. Anti Bekeno, any anti Samirano, and we can say, hey, oh, look at that. Look at that. When you argue like this, you are making the public make mockery of us as politicians. Don't conjecture. Because Sabiya Yeti, Akoja Bika na Mudiamaye. The people out there, they are full of wisdom. People sitting there. Anti back in the culture reserve, the office not here. No, any anti Sabina no catcher say, Muma Makitana Minja. We don't argue like that. Ukasa say, it doesn't help us as politicians. But Asempa was a catcher on say, Ghana.
Ekosiisen on
Asempa. But young trader who say aso. Ejuma na mpanyimfo ma me mpanyimfo mo aye eno mo di omo ba no antem fatana.
Baba, honorable titles.
I
think the other point will be say
doesn't merit it.
Do you realistically believe, and as Eric argued, say committee ni wi omo djuma no mo de koma president, the presidency only serves as a conveyor belt to parliament. Omo nhwemu kra no mo de parliament.
Oh, I don't think so. I'm sure definitely they will engage. And if they engage, they can make their reasons why they felt say. Because from the beginning, you catch and say it has no legal basis.
Yes.
How do we track this? It is just a favor and a convention from the office of the president.
Okay.
And the Yanima second lady.
Okay.
And the Yanima first lady.
Okay.
Therefore, Mama structure the any legal basis to follow under the office of the president. And
if after the engagement, they were convinced the committee's recommendation is the right thing to do, or they call parliament ama approval. Because okay Antibeki letter now, or see he is taking that decision in consultation with His Excellency the President. And why didn't they stay their gun and say, hold on. Why didn't they stay as a matter of principle? Say, we believed in this recommendation of the committee. And yes, Ghana for Bekasadi, but we think this is the right thing to do. And we are staying by that.
Baby, I do it cause for cool heads. But the caricature was Antibeki Ubia, the Casa endorse. So to her, who be chumna who's a note a very reserved person. The Casa endorse. Sabi tini baby. Because the over 2 yano, the seniors over 2 woman on the omu yano, Juma papa. Nasa me twaso, nasa recommendation in the if is a constitutional akaze, a mampini biano, a dube bia, or say to abajuku. No more share Article 71 office holders. It is true, sir omunkamu. But they are an extension of the presidency. And the baby biano a kanway. Saska when I had him Juma me. And a muka wasemudia. Min pesa me Ghana for Benya to from her training and upbringing. I mean, Antibeki. She's that type, Miss Samu. And yes, Jumana me pesa me yano. And I mean yabium. Says Kana yadi mame. And then Nunakoya somebody amayamwa, Miss Samara. In fact, second farmer consolidated fund. Now, as an entry be actually. Committee recommendation on me and say, Mama, it is okay. We don't want to say on allowance no so guy was say the mamia and so sam dasi and fesiwa. I will continue to serve you. Son and this for no person moyeno. That is the way they want to portray. Because until Olina then we have at the time no ogieno. So that I say on the no ogieno. No, hold on. The impression you are creating, making Auntie Becky and Auntie Samira to look bad in the eyes. No. Actually, that's the import of your argument. Quite an argument now, we know, and it's very bad. But what's the catch of the war? Say President Akufo-Addo, I go catch a committee for say Muntia Yenumpe Yemvamaying. How do you talk like that? And you expect me to sit here and applaud you for what you are saying? And then maybe I say, Madame Lodina. Ebra no this cano. Sabi na ho fentia. It is because ni kun ye president. Oh, ofedi ni mawie. Nke ofedi ni mawie. And the recommendation na ya no. Me say
Eric J. Okasa wi a wo ho na me ba manen kasa. Why?
Aden. Wo kasa ma yedi maba. Nga wi. Ma wen kasa.
Asempa FM.
And the Obi Asem na ye kano. Antibeki osi oni Ghana.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Sabi ebua na obebua ni kuru. Na se ska na se committee recommended ya mano. A parliament de J2. Osi ompe ska de biom. Osremo. Ye first can into consider fan. Was it then Sumayin grow a school wo enya konya wo. Ye de kotu consider fan mo a ubenye bi. MP no wo no. Ye discali be mano. No or de akoye de was wo ye. No there. What just say? And the way de enye gidigidi bia. But I'm happy. Antibeki, I'm making it clear. And me, Bano, me say Professor Jambo, I commend no.
Yeah.
For showing that leadership. Say, esan kasakase bas kanunti, on pese ebetwaso. And the Ghana sikana yedi man no. She's okay. When it's coming yaka, why even issue check in the name of CBG, Eddie Akama Chief of Staff, let the count. She will continue to serve this country. Chief Mani, issue statement, na meaning UTV. Okasa say na all this kind of ban the other protocols no say and no bending.
Asempa FM.
Aba. And just say omu mienu no omu namsa. Is that argument?
Was it Chief Mani Busasa?
Chief Mani Oka wa you what
message.
Yes, he made reference to that. Say the other protocols on Famba say. Eskasem ni eka. And no says kana ya di man no dia wagye nyina oh ni fiabo enti dia make can say the other protocols like security arrangement na there should continue to enjoy it. She's the mother of this country, whether you like it or not. You can't take it away from them. She's the second lady of this country. and whatever she deserves, any state protocols, everyone, Ninsabekano. But Sika Semnendis to hear any Kasa Edia Baninya, Debi, or Daruma, Ghana for, yes, Remo. Auntie Becky has a lot of love and respect for women and children of this country. For that, you can't take it from her. Especially mothers, women, who couldn't hold Nipa Salai, she has great respect for women and children of this country. She's not going to renege. Juma no yenu, so this sum Ghana for Edia Bonigon. She's never going to renege. Or because was some Edia Bois. Dear fata said they say, Pasika Sema Bay dear, Adabaka Osre, Nasikano, Yamfakoma buying, Nayafanya Bejuma, Lejuma Neding, and Kulinim, Enko, Nasika said the Debbie, and the chief, and the Becky or bar, or the security who was over Sarawa, Makachano,
do you support the calls, say, former first ladies, Nelson Refandi or Modia, or Malawan,
especially Lodina Vanny Denver?
Adena Lodina and
I know
for me I think that
I know you won't do that.
Naturally. Auntie Becky has set the pace.
Okay.
I don't know the current first lady and they call it second lady. And no momuso and in some way nyaba. Almost is kanomo deba. So what actually now we share that was with the baba. It is between you and your God.
Okay.
What does it? We are not forcing Madame Lodina to refund her money. What does it? Auntie Becky and Omni Nanyasam. And in your can and say, send in some air cost one or say, Yentraso. See a chance is asa. Now me says and I called to meet here, my colleague at Park. Yeah. Also, they want the Supreme Court to determine. I agree, they should be there. And the Supreme Court should determine to us and the roadmap as to how we can legitimize the friend said they should help us because to me my ruling on Asempa FM. I mean we'll have a conclusion on this first lady business and I'm sure they are going to give a certain ruling to get a finality in the resolution of this problem. And yes, every 4 years it will kick
this challenge will come
absolutely up. And I know the Supreme Court some decisions are in our democracy any as for Madame Lodina it's anything it's not mandatory. Mandatory.
It was not Prof Jampo because those calls will put undue pressure on our former first ladies and second ladies. Because
8 years
2009
4 years 6 months 6 months 12 days Obi and those who try the 8 years you could time now what you are 4 years now what you are 6 months and then 12 July
you could see clearly no unfairly for those who make the arguments of how they brand we heard the Okana but political communication
and also we jai this
number minimum so intimi for the argument because I'm for no join this debate on camp I know and just that pedestrian analysis no more cause no money but what you see all kasano no can achievements of Auntie Becky men ka say onye bi me ma melody na kra
ya uko kan say ni krum persa kufado e ka je kom mu ntua me yire ni
me say me ma melody na kra opposition no na
the facts don't support those claims
no me say Lodina Mahama former first lady pa opposition no na no da covid by so no o chenema
sir
yeah osudoku o che bi wo wade bi ko Gambaga which is camp Otia konwa so Mampon Hospital o donate nyema de ma ho. Oko mimi crew ma Suma hin crew. Me district capital Sampa government hospitals. What the hospital best e buy. Na me ho bi a lot of things. And like obi anim de Lodina ye wo Ghana. What does it?
Yes.
Eti no obi nka say obi meye bi. But the argument aye ne na Ghana fo nyina na ye different. Ana me boa. Ye pesi streamlining nema. All things should be in order of importance. Yeah, you be ko.
Was it again, you know?
Also, person can give that.
It was the basis of your press conference.
minutes.
What's he was saying? David, now one more time, Abu. Wrap it up and then I mean 5 minutes. 5 minutes,
on record. Yeah, my melodina. Yem first Sikabia mana.
Asempa FM.
Who can see the man near the amano. Tis the enemy as a Vajekano. Now, o make argument say, office of the president and the facilitate the bill of the first lady. And the encas first cabin quarter phone and to office of the president. And the emphasis cananto. Near Cocasi Bia, Yasha near Mamunia, the my first lady song from good in you. Maybe see that. Yet you crumway, we now worry about the one I born hoka bank on Moufi. Now, walk over you in a 2 Bama. What's the any interior? I don't know. Warano. Yet in the end, in Tianti Bekini Samira. Yes, mono na mompena modiabo Ghana for see and chima monyes escano. Because Mukunu, President Kufado cry, can and can say,
Omo the day na ba.
So almost allowance no modeba. President Kufado cry. President salary. Messi, dear cry, salary, Asempa Nieka. Mena, allowance Asempa Meka. Ukunu, President Kufado Nesami Baomiano. Omokra in your Bosnian Kriaje, dear Tio West Gracia Somo. Omo Momoding. No, you see, what are they doing? No, maybe you see, and your manner, Elquana say, ya can diag, Obi cano president across your country, Moane. Bibian Koye. ATM for a mamone Moyashina, Ghana for Breno. Now, on see a Siamba Boa Kohoma, in addition to Niamabu, we won't do that. Quickly on your press conference.
Nyabotreka, now for young call into my press conference. I'll get 5 minutes each for you on the press conference. Now, ya share Eden Komono Abba every some few messages now for yen share into me and twasso. We say, please tell Chairman Ade that if he knew the kind of family business being run by Mama Rebecca's extended family, the Griffith Randolph family in Tema and other places before she became First Lady, he wouldn't have asked that question. Dr. Dakwa, DC. Obi, it's never true that Her Excellency Rebecca has many achievements more than President Anado, as stated by Eric. He should please stop that propaganda. Master Planner Junior Ewo Kentampo. Don Pino says, Obi, we are now waiting for Madam Lodina Mahama to also refund hers. Mama Rebecca has shown the way. As for Eric J, the list said about his untruths, the better. That's Don Pino. I think I've seen one again from Delia Dem. The last say, Obi, why am I getting the impression that the president is shaking responsibility of taking care of his wife and leaving that to the state? And also, what are the best possible reasons why an African president who has underperformed below expectation would want to pay his wife? Dela Edem dear Enono. Let me see. Glorious birthday to Ibra of MPP Ablekuma Central Constituency. And this is from Odailai Paka, NPP Greater Accra Regional Secretary. Or say Ibra Ewa Ablekuma Central Constituency and Abele of the Krowo Constituency. Into Odailai Paka, dia or no, Ediaba, enono. Greetings, Obi. Is it not strange to you that something that NDC themselves introduced in 2000, their former first and second ladies have all taken and still taking, then turn around to accuse the NPP government of that same allowances? If former President Mahama and the NDC want their integrity back, then Mrs. Lodin Mahama must refund all allowances taken and pledge not to take furthermore. Barrister Danny Ewo Ayawaso West. I don't know. Nyabutre. Obi, Eric J should credit those of us on social media with some modicum of respect. Social media has become an integral part of our socio-cultural and political development. He should come again and tell him Lodina Mahama currently takes allowances even as a former first lady. Protozua, office of the chief of staff. Nedia. Good evening, Obi. Eric is creating the impression that the formalization of the allowances into salaries was just to pay Mrs. Rebecca and Mrs. Samira. That's not the case. Mind him that the recommendation was to formalize for all the spouses of head of state and former head of state, teacher Aroma, ewo Breman Bidum, that I agree with you. The recommendation is clear on that. Obi, I don't agree with Titus. The Akufo-Addo I know, this shouldn't have even occurred at all. I am a graduate teacher with 16 years in service. My gross salary is not even up to 3,000 cedis. Does that mean I am not working for the state? Kwame ewo kojo krom. Kwame ayemfo chinye de bi di echi o. My emra aha. Eric. Na yena se let me see. Okay. There is a disclaimer here I have to read out. Say, reports to us indicate that Professor Samuel Kobna Enim, government statistician, is very well and okay. Nothing happened to him on the incident. Reports in the media that he had stroke is absolutely false. Yeah, the video now is circulating. You almost say he is in very good health as we speak. Yes, census phone. Ah. Ah, na ya wo tena fie.
Ah, me won kofo ofie.
O say?
Me won fie won ni ba ofie.
No, na san kofo ni omo ko tu nkofo ni ofie a.
Me se omo bi amba ho. Me ba vi de mi ko abontina me ba, mi ko kro na me ba me bi. Obi aba ha.
Enti na as we speak omo ye mop up no.
Me say me obi an kan me.
Ba mop up na for 1 week.
Obi
on beba.
Obi an kan me.
That's how with your status there you have the network to make calls. Say yen kind me onto omra
na. Anyway there. When say dikin aka say I can kind you money ye papa. You do over 500 million Ghana cedis na kan you in skaketwa. And this is a whole former MP.
Maminya me disclaimer ni me pa cho.
Okay.
Disclaimer no any say. And I think in my introduction inadvertently I made the point referring to that video now go viral on social media, and Oshe video now it created a certain impression. But the reporter in Sakachi said, Professor Enmekai Krause, we are remembering him in our prayer and we wish him well. Say Bibi Abeko Yamano. Nyamia Duminya report said Professor Samuel Kobna Enim is very well and okay, and he is the government statistician. Nothing has happened to him, and that report in the media said. Now, symptoms of stroke absolutely false. He is in good health, and that is the fact as it stands now. In Nyame ena yadana say Eric J.
Me am share video no bi.
Mo press conference no. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, me that say obi
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Asempa ya yensen trofo nhyiamu. Obi a okenkan semo a ewo mu ye general secretary Ura Johnson Esidu Nkitia. Na ni nyina tofa bomu ne se enra menu apeni samejem fi ban se me di na chi bai komo ya mu di ya na
Asempa FM.
Oh yeah. Obi by 4 days ago na ensem bi ene nam Ghana started with feeding 10 times to be precise. Say Ura ya e friend Kosi free fa oyemra nimni ya wa santimante Kumasi to be precise. I responded to petition bia or hene baako etro de come General Legal Council. And no kind or hene petition na the best or chain and say na oni ure free for our pambia a warm montem. Na ozuse ure free for bunchiche no so. Enti onim say a lawyer for nyina no say officer pere dead wo modwuma mu a General Legal Council na obekon the petition koi. Enti ure free for no so no edene mu aye na eba no ena nkomodi e call so one ne client ni ntem den opisa ni na digo
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Ni se emramu no ebia obi ne client enkita hodie die wontimi mfa ma metudwa.
Yes,
but na bebi akodu na ho behia se wode betudwa enti wo hwe owura no enkasa enum a o kire se ne client na yo hina meka na asem yi no e ka kire ono no se asem na oje free ni nsem no em so ni mpanimfo bi akohia omo aban mu na onom kire se omo akwanya bi on betimi afa so amana ho chief justice na me nipa ba kwan na ni din san ye me won pa abu ginabo say ho so na ni din won bi no na ye deputy chief of staff amon samba flat staff so CID for ya clear me
o se na abu ginabo din wo de ade mu
ai say o hwe nkita hodie na onim kofo bi wa aban mu a abu ana say wa kan
eno ye the lawyer no aka in his response
na me kan
e ba say no ye lawyer ne story
na me kan nothing me chire me no na me chire me no he ona what I was afana ni so obi eti komodie na ekoso no ade chie na eti say chief justice so am say what the asem na kodan
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
We are really in for any investigation be on by found. But now you raise a lot of issues. The year can say yeti o man mu ha yenim say Asemba fa lawyer ho a yedine ko general legal counsel. E hokro na no chief justice Kuria na ye ba no dani a oda no. E na yenim say judicial services so asem si na fa the bench the judicial council no and the transfer eye hwehwe mu. Say the omo mra ne kire na and the Honso Chief Justice Korea na ye penia odano. And the way asem na kwakoye no. Said the emrebi ye hwehwe mu fa judge fo bi ho a. The then Chief Justice no na ne hu so ni di amba mu a. Ono apply mra na e wo se through judicial council mo de ye adwuma no. Enti sa na nke pese we nsu ye den e fa so. Because me lawyer ba kon kire me landlord kra no. No a part of these people. Me ni di na member. But on the side of the story, time I watch ya or class, but end the at the end of the day, judicial council not on case in so no high court judge until no that of fall within that category. Omodi omo nsemba abonteno. Actually say ebiana nema bi mo anaho. And the President Kufuor Krabet na konwa so on the sign the final document as our lawyers mean na no. Yi omo free judges ni yi omo free bia no mo djum. And ye kan ne said the abai no. Said the judges be mu DC ya judicial council no mo wa kwanya through section 18 ni se mutimi transfer ye modjuma na hwa na wo sefa enti wono memfa chire se wakọ police station se makọ report me honti CID impending for mo investigating the keka ho go by your loss they said the wa judge for no be fuma ye de famra kwan so no because you raise a lot of issues with the current CID ankasa ye kan na ensema ye kan ye bi ni se Oche CID enim ne ya. Omakwa ese adwuma kura na omu ye no. Asa omo chete no mai. Because ye wo CID a. Me ne okasa na no ada. Owura kede ne Japan ba abonten be ka kire Ghana for se nipa okuma meswale no. CID pani na bo na mane. Okay pa. Na obo na mane bo nipa no mpodin. The same CID ba abonten be 2 weeks ago e be ye press conference enye omo na ni din komo no led by Owura Kene Boa. Yenti se CID impotimi afra Owura Kennedy so mo kototo na no se entro na wudi agu such institutions so no e wo so obi yinsema no ebi na no under Saturday news for me hwe bi me uncle kwaku ba ko me wish ne belated happy birthday ono so kan sem bi wo san ko to CID for ya se CID for no ne ka kire no at the end of the day I hwehwe nsemu no he came back to render unqualified apologies e bia na wanya ne yie the same CID ya kan wasemi Owura Kufuor Korea penso yes, the deputy chief of staff Hunsem Biba, okay. Emma ye de asemi koma maami tiwa. Ye de ma maami tiwa ye nya maami tiwa wo tape so a. Ono no ka se mrantie na nye din na ye djuma ne kwan so a. Ebegu Owura Kufuor administration animu ase. So CID under President Kufuor no, omo compromise omo interest na nkasa de Ghana fo omo fa. Enti akoye se eno so akoye aban institution a ye pe kwan ahohoro ho ane de wakoma mo si nya. So the NDC as a party here can say you were 3 arms of government me boa. Obi metie sisi me timi kan se bi na bi a hamra hye bedwefo a ye be hole me to parliament through privileges committee. Ana me boa. Ye kwan a internally no omo fa so e de kan omo fi asem ho because arm of government. And judiciary no so ye nim say no say arm of government. Eno ntina a lawyer for no margin entity or mukita license a lawyer for Ghana o kan se bi na wan kan yi a say de ko general legal counsel sounds so na judges no so a omo no what the bench no e judicial council and a handle of matter Asempa FM enti wona wutua no ene abefa ho no avail yourself for investigation through judicial council process now. Yeah, the judges ni be firm one. Be a kosi ye no. Na ebetimi aba ne saa de a. Yes, Chief Justice. Say ebeya answering free in position as a Chief Justice no non-court nchen. Because you can't be a judge in your own court.
And on more recommendation.
A part of it. A serious issue.
But that is if they decide to use the route of the judicial service.
They have to use it.
CID
medical position about the yes. Oh yes.
State institution.
And a state institution you should be a welcome America. Kennedy se mobo ni pani di amotio muntimi carry.
Okay.
And your position is a Chief Justice. Asemi ya kan. Ebia now de na de. Ohene so ebia wo de na de. Ebia na lawyer kwesi afifa na de. Said the lawyer kwesi afifa fom ya. Ohene no hu say the only place on betimi aka lawyer kwesi afifa asem eye general legal council. Obi asu nim say bench or problem ba judicial council no. And the set
judicial service.
Yeah, that is the judicial council under.
Okay.
Okay. So they should go by that approach. Na me dem anonsi form no bi. Ohene no nso no ye mra pon ya edibo my Ghana. There were the chieftains on Asempa FM. Omudi mu pa wo. They are the custodians of our land. Entina na so ensem a lawyer kwesi free factory fa na ho. Me gidi se nhwehwemu ba na ye no kra. Wagu National House of Chiefs kra wagu manimu as. What am I say? Because I hear one fan show trimu posa the wire connection mine. Oko we ho, we see metua.
Oko so ya no anya abotre. At the end for now allegation.
Say na ye cheche.
Now oko so be a connection
mine. Me say ye kubua ye kwakasem no wie na sa na koba ya.
Nti mo mun kanwe.
Enti because in the said petition now they come general legal council. Say ho na ways and means ni ba mu no. Nanase na yesi ye jiska bia ways and means meboa.
Fortunately for ye nyina no. Thursday na disciplinary committee of general legal council. So some of these matters will be settled.
Na me kana na de kakra say wona na kru ya all the ways and means ko ha. Wona na kru ya different persons so their boss also crowd stand the ways and means ni bia ko ha. Because na petition they don't expose ni ho ko yo. Ana wa hu.
Erica ye ntwe
the Chief Justice dey yesra na ni die kwan so. On tranchen.
Ma me na
asem. At the end of the day you we na emu da ha. Na wasen abefa ni di.
Me da say. Honorable Titus Glover, me into you.
Osebonso.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Philip Nana Sebonso. Na mini akuma rekide. Onu de propaganda no do ya. Say watra o. Watra yo. De bia de meka chekuku wa ino na meka chero. Wo fro hini so connection mai. Unju wanu sai. Pacho. Na me friend say bekasa. Me say. We see your connection mind.
Jai any day kwan. When say I'm also from a royal family so those things.
So we see your connection.
Yes, into no.
Uba na mind.
O the team me ba.
Never your mind.
Oh really? And the connection man okay.
About the chieftaincy.
With your connection mind.
Yeah, but I think the usage of connection mind was not.
But you said it. Mami floor no. And pay Daily Post front page. Minya Felix Ofosukwachi. Yakotu no. Say media houses, some media houses are trying to shield the current Chief Justice of this alleged recriminations are Yediatunosui. And I found that publication very interesting because Ghana media said Musia powerful
on Asempa FM.
Says Asemaba Obiabe can be. And the statement of Felix Kayano, Messereno. So need facts and evidence are on Kananuntum. The will be so on Fababonting. Non chere media house protecting Chief Justice allegations ye ka say why corrupt wakoji obi that kind of thing. So what evidence na Felix I know but this time not nam bonkwan so bom ko adan. But if you don't have evidence, you don't have any facts. Who betogu say media houses in Ghana are trying to protect the alleged saying bribe allegations against the Chief Justice. I totally disagree with him. And this is for Nankasana Chief Justice. No, they themselves. Right from the petition. Supreme Court petition. No, omu process. Omu pure court. My colleague, former MP, no, I'm saying former current former Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General.
Dominic Ayeni.
Yes. They said all kinds of things against the Chief Justice. So clearly, NDC for the Chief Justice no problem. But again,
Asempa
FM. A client and a lawyer relationship. And now when you call you Juma,
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
We say. And apparently me tia Dum FM. Your interview on you know. How can some man 300,000 Ghana cedis? It you know how only $100,000 or the command hotel no airport or can send be. Yeah, besre. And this is for my press conference and we have vanning ye Juma. Or the Accord General Legal Council, Echo Canasum. But General Legal Council, I could unpard the war. And Chief Justice Nangasano, SC, a police for from which be. Man, who said this for a very saying, Asempa, whatever they call it.
Yeah, Asempa. Yeah, Asempa. And when you're NDC,
and this for
civil society.
Oh, no, mushroom need a Dutch. Also, no calling. Saying Shraj. The Chief Justice will avail himself to all these constitutional bodies. Eric T. or see they had no confidence and belief in the state CID. And no money as a mom from police. Wakanwa few minutes ago said they don't believe in the CID. And it's omunya asemwa omko party headquarters. They should not involve the police. Because who maimu now we don't believe in state institutions. Then we mapa. And then when you or mamba
on Asempa FM.
Munji wunji CID phone in dia. And then when you asemwa handle it at your level. Na obia enye was a yeno. And the media kakra meka say I know the Chief Justice make only a veteran. I was then in the appointment committee. Oh yes. I asked him questions. But the fewer kakra mehu through the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. So he work in his chambers.
Oh, okay.
And he has a lot of respect for the Chief Justice. Yebesre. Ghana has a go be hufia. Obi. It's very easy to destroy people. But we didn't good and nimasa sene to repair that injury no. That is why I've taken one NDC as a communication officer. We go on social media.
Hey, sir.
Mesuna, Yagusu court. We're in court right now.
Mesuna,
only NDC for communication officer at Tema East. Or go menimasi poto social media.
Also, why in a day?
Chese, Minyani Bonibia. Or go menimasi just like that. But the American said, if you are not careful, and the court no, ye be a mobia, ubia, would you assemble dino, Nasa the moon, you know, or maybe an court, Akopenasem Akaho, and the ministry America. But I believe, say, Chief Justice, you perceive good moving. No big be also good Chief Justice moving. No, I was so changing ye. Essence, Utie, or you know, or see lawyer free fanu. Once a time when you have problem, you refer to General Legal Council on the same issue. And Chief Justice Etiasem. So he has a personal beef.
Not on the same, on a similar
issue. You know. So it looks as if only current Chief Justice a problem because of Sabrina na Otihono I can't. So that was how it goes. But I was saying whether the General Legal Council or Yebeko Obisi or Dino Koshraj says you're not Kasa Ediam Nuako Dom Police, say police for Endomosico. Everybody, and I know the Chief Justice will cooperate. Or in Zuba cooperate, lawyer, if it was where then on Zuba cooperate, then you know, credit woman, but I am not sure. Say, if saying any media house want to shield the Chief Justice, say, Nasema Bano, Yampese Bekebi. But many no. I send me who be on social media about you to phobia on the police for. I mean, they were struggling. The police were almost a SWAT for
oh, okay.
Yeka Uzakasa. And a Yekasa, and then there was anger. They really get hungry. Omubufu. Police for Nabechi. You want one shot. At a point in time, the police want to be here. Route upon a police back on a top of the two. Messere. Ye besere pa. Ejuraba. Ye kanye yue. You to know Omunya Muabutre. Say, I don't know where the issue is. I don't know where it is. But you can't Usakasapa. Now was a buffoni high. And the commander no Bakokrano, a catch and conference or Sram Munyabutre. But the way I didn't, Maza, serious. Now police from the 2 them warning shot. And the guys were coming. Besre. Ya besre pa. Bibiana, Yanya Wabutre. Niamfa Yanufa, Yamfanka, Niamfa Butre, and Chichiromano. Medase.
Ona we had Asempa
better the some Makasa Asempa me ba.
One ring.
Obi na se mankasa. Ana me boa. Obi won say the okan ya no. Ohine ne de na me kan ya no se me ka kire say yes ana na me pese me kire. Enti baby am apate o ti mi bia me kire na nyumre. Me kire na nyumre. Na obi me de manu si no me da se na won say anti-Bekini Samira de na ne yeka no. Honorable title say now the 7th parliament, right? Obi me still maintain ya me biase. You see this committee report here by Omoka say 7th parliament in a man approve.
Approve you know.
Say no na omodi tu amwes gracia. Based on this.
Absolutely. So we near from 2017 to 2020.
So I don't get the argument well now. See, because Sanko for under Article 71 holders are 7 parliaments in the year of Mujumano. Or more as gracia was the Tiamo Muina,
yes.
Based on the committee's report. Parliament G2.
Yeah.
Committee report using the Teresa Yem backdate almost salary no crown from 20.
That is for Article 71 office holders.
Yes. No, almost we First lady in second.
Yeah, but the committee, the report was not specific, so I'm going to backdate.
The report to Ben the call parliament. On what?
Menti was you.
Report to Ben.
Yeah.
And
no, you want to make the point, sir.
Yes.
They've been paid.
Yes, so
back pay.
I believe strongly, sir. Omo back pay. Asiaje S gracia because Article 71 office holders in no,
but that is if
me if me I won't even lose if
I think the report is here in black and white. We should always go back and refer
copy to you.
And refer to the report.
And I say
nowhere does the report say
Obi
for the first lady and the second lady. Backdate na omuntria S gracia.
One report in the core parliament, right?
Yes.
Was it 2 reports?
But it categorizes
and I'm saying no, by 1 report. And a core in the said report no. Nipa na ye koye omo ho adwuma no. And ye backdate.
Yes.
And conform me no ye ka omo ho asem so nipa committee ni ye omo ho adwuma.
No, but omo die no.
And I'm say me convinced according to me men ka say wo.
No, I say it shouldn't be
and I'm
on what your opinion about what the report says.
Obi and I'm say there's
a copy of the report.
I have it.
Have you seen it anywhere say they have omo
report no kasafa.
And also omo tu omo S gracia.
Obi report no e kasafa salary structure kwan be fa so a restructure na ene ma akosoro. Enti nipa committee ni ye omo ho adwuma asem ne ye kan. And the third committee no so koye first lady ni second lady ho adwuma. Enti Mrs. Amadwen atwe bibi atwe madwen so quick say no, but
other than that, why are you speculating? When you have
speculating
the
report,
what does the report say on them?
And I'm say, oh, Mary KJ will be afraid. No. I don't do that debate.
Eric, what I have encouraged since this arguments, a debate started, maybe, since this national conversation started, the man encouraged, and I think I began last week, say, let's always go back to what the report says. Once we have the report, we should not be speculating. When the report is here, what kind of report now? What does the report say? We'll continue this conversation. Ekosiisen is high Asempa 94.7.
And I'm
Asempa FM.